Shooting here. There we go. All right, cool.
There we
Now
are.
we got the mic working too. Hopefully everything is up and running. I am sure there's some slight... No way. Did I get everybody in frame as best as I... Like, there's some minor scuff there. But I think we're actually mostly in frame. Holy shit. Bear with me, guys. Tonight has been a bit of an issue. My computer decided to set fire 2 hours before game start. Not my computer, but my monitor. So it has been a bit of a evening, and we are working with limited resources, but we are here for you guys. If you ever wanted to know for sure that I love you, this is the evidence. But either way, let me go ahead and get started. What's up, everybody? My name is Kevin, or It's So Sublime. That's what everybody knows me as online. And welcome to Tabletop Down, my little home away from home here on the internet, where we play all kinds of tabletop-related games. You know, from the top down. Very clever, I assure you. But anyway, this is Tales from the Table, Tales from the Table, Baldur's Gate, semicolon, Descent into Avernus, something like that. We're getting a lengthier title. Baldur's Gate Descent into Avernus is the campaign that we're running tonight. It is a kind of right out of the book, written adventure. I have made some minor modifications. If you guys have been watching the story so far, you know that we've added like Fall of El Turel, where we got to start a couple of weeks earlier before the Fall of El Turel, and our characters were actually there at the city at the time of the events as they watched it being, dragged away. So there's a couple of minor modifications, but for the most part, we're running it right out of the campaign as written. Let's see, jump into a couple of other things, though. As far as what other alterations have been made. We do try to make every stream that we do here interactive, and part of the way I do that is by giving options for you guys in the chat to interact with the game itself. And since this game is so heavily tied into the Blood War, the good versus evil battle that's been waging for a millennia, I thought what better way to do that than offer you guys the option to help one side or the other. So if you guys check over here, if I'm pointing the right way, I think I can't see myself on the screen. I think it's up there. Yeah. You'll see that there are some options. If you want to go to our Ko-Fi page, ko-fi.com/tabletopdown, you'll see all the options where you can aid the players or aid the bad guys. You can hand out random potions, you can do random spell scrolls, call in reinforcements. There's a variety of different things that you could do to help the party or help those that they're fighting against, the side of good or evil, whichever you prefer. Those are a great way for you to help the stream. It's a cool way for you guys to support, and you get something out of it so you can actually interact and change the game. If you were here last week, you would see that there was an owlbear that got added in to one of the combats, and it made for a far different combat scenario than what they had originally anticipated, and myself as well. But we try to make it as fun as possible, so I hope you guys enjoy. Again, please bear with me if you see a frame out of alignment tonight. If I seem to be scattered or out of it, I am running without a monitor. You guys can barely see it. I don't know if you can catch the light over here, but I have a projector that I plugged in, shined at the wall, and I can kind of see my screen just to get Streamlabs up and running. So, please, give us that much consideration, and I assure you by next week we'll have it resolved. If I had more than an hour, I would have fixed it, but I didn't have another monitor to throw up here. Alright, let me go ahead and get around to the players so we can at least get started there, and then we will make any adjustments as needed. Let me go ahead and start at the very top, our newest character, which I think is awesome to introduce. If Serielle would like to introduce a little bit about herself, just who are you, the player, and who will you be playing this evening? Quick rundown, nothing major.
Oh, let's make it quick. I'm Allie. I am.
Take as much time as you want, honestly.
No thanks. I'm about 30 years old. 32 years old. Oh my god. About 32 years old, and I'll be joining in as a cleric to try and keep everybody from dying.
We
At
will
least as far
definitely
as we
be
can.
needing that. Now, I'm kind of curious as to whether or not we just gave the age of Allie or the character.
Nope, that is my age.
I was about to
My
say,
character's
that
a
is
wee
a
bit
very
older.
young elf. That's interesting. But yeah, either way, welcome aboard the team. I'm super glad to have you as part of the crew here, and I'm interested to see what Allie can bring to the table. Let's go straight down from her, and we will go to Alejandro instead. If you want to go ahead with yourself there, Hunter.
Resident local bard, and here just to make my party shine. And looking forward to tonight's game.
Absolutely, man. Awesome stuff. Let's see, how do we usually do this? Usually I would go over, but let's go straight on down the line. Let's go to Maxwell tonight. Make things a little weird.
All right, I'm Maxwell, or also known as 50-Foot Ant. My job is to make things weird and to tax our healers' resources as much as possible in an attempt at bravado.
That sounds incredibly like you. That is the most accurate description I think you could have gave, man. I like it. All right, now let's bounce over to the other side. We'll hit Numo. You want to introduce yourself there, Numerous?
I am Numo the Gnome, an out-of-town traveling performing contortionist by day, thievy rogue stealing money from people by intermission. And, now I'm here. Also a Hellrider.
Started from the bottom, and now I'm here. Still at the bottom.
My mic sound off?
Yeah, I caught a little static there, but I think it might just be a... See, now I can't tell if you went quiet or not, because I'm on a delay, so... you may, I actually, yeah, no, I'm looking at the wrong screen. Don't go by that. All right, last but not least, Van Roll, if you would like to introduce your character as well.
I'm the Jackal. I play Van Rill, a Asmer Paladin, who is sort of just out of his main bit of his training after a bit of travel, and he's sort of trying to find which path he should follow, and ran into this little group of people.
Of all the people that you could have come across, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Poor decisions, that's all I can say.
Very much so.
Terrible life choices.
Terrible life decisions. Yeah, well, either way, I'm glad that you guys are all with me tonight. Like I said, I appreciate everybody for dealing with our technical issues. I was really looking forward to tonight being the first one we had with no scuff, and then literally it caught fire. But we'll make the best of what we can do, and I hope you guys enjoy the stream. Also, I guess it's a good time for me to mention those of you that want to get involved and help support by buying those things. You're helping buy the new monitor. As far as that goes. Definitely need that. All right, so let me go ahead and begin with where we left off last week. As we left off last week, our characters had pursued a group of cultists out into the woods, accompanied by Rhea Mantle Morn, if I'm saying her name right, with a 17-year-old junior lieutenant. She's kind of next in line to take the lieutenant's position within the Hellriders of El Chirel. Each of our characters, being affiliated with the group of Hellriders, had been asked to accompany her since it was supposed to be a rather light mission. They went out into the woods and let's see. Let's reel it back a little bit. As they had left the city of El Chirel, they had encountered several smaller obstacles along the way. First, they were simply stopped and distracted by a wedding that was taking place at the edge of the El Chirel forest, where they were asked to preside and listen in as the bride and groom gave their nuptials, as it is customary in El Chirel for a stranger to bear witness to a wedding ceremony. To kind of, I don't know what the reason behind that is, but it's kind of a cool little quirk about Eltural weddings. Now that I think about it. But then they moved a little further north after hearing as they were listening to the nuptials, they heard the sounds of a young girl screaming just a little bit further to the north. In pursuit, they found a young girl in a tree surrounded by several wolves. One of these wolves was larger and covered in what appeared to be flames or embers, appearing to be more of a hellish hound than any sort of wolf that they had ever seen before. Our party rushed in to aid, and after some vicious attacks from the wolves, one of our players, Maxwell, had actually fallen unconscious, we'll say. I believe he technically died at the time, but with some quick thinking of Rhea and the use of a Revivify spell, she was able to get him back up in action. They had taken a few moments to introduce themselves to the young girl, who claimed to be a young scholar that was trying to raise money out here on the road, collecting change so that she could go to the Eltural College. After each of them had made a small donation and saved her life, she took from around her neck the rainbow scarf she wore. She pulled a single rainbow thread for each of them, and said that if they were to find her in Elturel, when she is old, when she has had a chance to join the college, she would give them each lessons when she becomes a famous scholar. She was very confident in herself. After that, our party did move into the woods to try and track down these cultists. They were aware of the ritual site that they were supposed to be headed to, and upon reaching it, they found a cultist standing oddly in the road, seeming unnoticed to their approach or even their comments as they hailed this person. Coming around to the opposite side, they were able to realize the reason he was unresponsive is he was dead and pinned to the street like a scarecrow, meant to either distract or to cause a bit of a intimidation tactic for any of those that approached. But our party was unfazed and continued to move forward. As they did, they found several cultists were currently in the process of performing rituals as they arrived. One was grinding a skull into bone powder, while the other seemed to be performing a sacrifice on a different group of cultists. Initially, they were set out believing these cultists to be that of the cult of the dragon, but as they dealt with the situation, the cult of the dragon cultists were the ones being sacrificed by a unknown group of cultists at this point, that seemed to all have a couple of different religious symbols or accoutrements that represented some of the more malevolent gods of death, murder, and things to that effect. I don't want to give too much away for the party just yet. But they quickly set to work, began dispatching the cultists. It was only as they were finishing up with the last one or two cultists, they heard the screams of another one running from the woods, and in pursuit, he was being chased by an owlbear. The owlbear made very quick work of the remaining cultists, but our party was only narrowly able to escape with their lives as they fled out of the woods, having to leave behind too much, the evidence they had hoped to gather, but had definitely still learned a lot of information about what was taking place out in the woods. As they returned to the city to regroup, and see what move was coming next, they began to feel the earth shake underneath their feet. Cracks began to split and form around the city itself. Blackened spikes penetrated down from the companion, the second sun that illuminates all of Elturel to protect it from evil forces, and chains began ripping out of these black obelisks that latched onto the city and began dragging it underneath of itself. Within moments, the entire city was pulled from the material plane under the earth, and the sinkhole collapsed in on itself, completely burying any hope of finding the city after that. Whether it was simply there was a lot of elements that led them to believe it had been ripped to either the plane of fire or hell itself, as flames and blackened sky kind of rolled around this situation. The last thing that the party saw as they were making their way towards the city, the remnants of the city, was that of a rainbow-colored scarf that seemed very familiar, blowing on the breeze as we ended the last campaign. So that's where we're going to pick up with where we left off, sort of. We're going to do a quick recap and cover a little bit of time. This way we can skip ahead a little bit and get to the next stage of our adventure. So let me begin by saying, at that moment, when we last left off, and the scarf came blowing past you in the wind, you, of course, recognize that belonging to the young girl who had promised to once be a famous scholar. You can only assume the worst things have happened to her. Her and her donkey named Lonky. Lonky the donkey. Either way, at that point, you heard two soft thuds as you turned around to find Rhea had dropped to her knees and began to weep openly. The life that she had known, everything that she had put into her life as becoming a Hell Rider, simply just washed away and right in front of her eyes. It was a bit of a traumatic experience. I would like to take a second, though, to ask, how did you feel when you saw the city fall? What were the thoughts that crossed through your mind, if we want to go through each of you, if you don't mind? Just kind of like, what was the initial, idea of what you were looking at, what concerns, what things like that. Did anything cross your mind when you saw the city being ripped after you had seen the city ripped below the ground? I'll just let you guys take this in whatever order you want to.
I think at this point, Van Riel has gone into a bit more of a crisis mode, trying to block anything out and seeing who's still around, in a sense. He's just sort of blanked at the moment.
Gotcha. Yeah, Van Riel, of course, may not have been the longest-term citizen of El Terrell, but had come here in hopes that he could gain some notoriety and training, become even better of a paladin or defender, to where he could maybe make his way up the ladder in the military ranks, even at his, slightly older age for someone that's just starting off. He still had a lot to go ahead of him, as far as that goes. So I can imagine that would be a rather devastating thing for him, for sure. What about the rest of you?
I know Maxwell will be standing there just kind of with a shocked expression as he watches his forge, his home business, everything he built up financially for himself, like starting from almost nothing, just disappeared into a giant hole in the ground in a rather bleak metaphor for child rearing.
Yeah, definitely, for sure. Yeah, it's a very traumatic experience to even move. When people are knowing that they're moving or leaving their home or friends or family behind, let alone to have it all washed away just right in front of your eyes, knowing that there's nothing you can do to stop it. So I could definitely imagine that it was a bit of an experience for poor Max. Yeah, the poor forge, man. It may not have been the best forge in town, but it was yours, right?
Yeah. Hey, it was the best forge, damn it.
Hey, no contest.
Well, not anymore.
Let's see. What about Numo? Let's head over that way. We'll bounce around and kind of just popcorn it. What was Numo's thoughts? You weren't from the city originally, so this might have been a different experience for you.
No, he for sure grasped, this is significant, what just happened is absolutely crazy, but he was kind of living out of a suitcase, kind of literally. Right. So he didn't really, he's not losing much as these other people. Right. So I think he's mostly oh geez, these people just took a huge loss. I gotta be kind of respectful of that.
Right.
And the girl and the donkey.
Oh yeah, poor yeah. I gotta pull up her name to keep it in front of me. Yeah, the poor girl and her donkey. That was the most important part. That's the only characters that we care about was Grace and Lonky the donkey. But when you say you were living out of a suitcase, do you mean you were quite literally living in the suitcase? Because like I know you got that contortionist thing going on. Just curious.
I mean, if it rains,
if it rains, right? That's funny. I was
otherwise you
just
can undo
checking.
the top.
Alejandro would be
Go ahead. Yeah.
completely aghast at the destruction of the city and all the people that have seemed to have disappeared from this plane of existence. But he also takes out a book and begins furiously writing descriptions of what's happening. He sees incredible opportunity from this.
That is true. I was about to say, as painful as the situation may be, as devastating of a loss as it is, for a aspiring bard, there is no greater tale than the fall of El Terrell. That is absolutely true. Let's see. Well, as like I said, Rhea definitely responds in a similar fashion to those that are of devastated, disposition. You see her simply just fall to her knees, and you see a single tear, kind of rolling down out of each eye as she just weeps for a moment in sorrow. She almost looks like you in the short time that you've known Rhea, you've seen her around camp, you've seen her around the barracks and around town, things like that, but you didn't really get a lot of opportunities to have one-on-one with her. But in the short time that you've known her, she is a very hard, stable person. Definitely not the type to, let a tear shed for no reason. And as you guys are standing there, still listening to the screams of the thousands of people that were able to make their way up, roughly 1,000 people that were able to make their way out of the city before it fell, you can hear the shouts and yells all around you of people that are either wounded, dragging away wounded, or still looking for those that they had just lost. It is an emotional experience, to say the least. It is it's quite dramatic. It takes only about 60 seconds, though, however, into her slight weeping that you can hear, the whimpering sounds from Rhea, before you finally hear her scream the word, Gideon, shit, and goes heading off towards the hole as fast as she can. She realizing, of course, that the leader who had given her so much time and consideration and training was within the city at the time that it fell. She spends, is there anything that you guys would do at this point? Now, I mean, just to go ahead and give a quick recap, I assume that we will, just to go ahead and jump ahead a little, we will be gathering whatever residents you guys can. The procession essentially to Baldur's Gate is about to begin. Those that remain have no place else to go except for the designation of Baldur's Gate, the closest city nearby. So the next coming days are filled with people tending to their wounded, caring for one another, gathering whatever they could of remaining supplies that were on the outskirts of the city, as well as whatever they might have had on their person. Everyone seems to do their best to pitch in. It's only during the first nights that you begin to hear the shouts and screams of those that begin to loot and take advantage of the situation. During the next morning after the fall, you have found that most people, that you expect to be missing are, other than those that are accompanying you. But by morning, several others have fallen, either due to theft, burglary, or other traumatic attacks, as in someone taking advantage of a bad situation and making it a little bit worse. It's been a lot, that's for sure, as far as that goes. But I was kind of I guess what I'm gauging. Also, you would find that of the Hell Riders that are missing, there's about a dozen left. No, actually, I'd say about 2 dozen of the Hell Riders left that you were able to find. Gideon is not among them. So Rhea is rather distraught over that. You can tell that she's bothered. During that night, as you guys sit down to try and eat whatever meal she can prepare with the rations that you guys had taken with you, you do hear her say the words that he had claimed that I was chosen. He told me that he selected me for a reason, and now he's just gone, kind of talking to herself, not making a lot of sense, but she claims to have been chosen, or that he specifically came to her, in this way, and she's rather heartbroken over the fact that he had always been there for her, but she wasn't able to return the favor, if that makes sense. But yeah, I guess my idea is what I'm trying to get, before I skip too much time ahead, is there anything that you guys would do other than, work with the refugees that are still left, help people gather? Is there anything else that you would take care of, or anything in particular that you wanted to deal with? For the most part, it seems like the Hell Riders that are left, they gather whatever resources they have and begin trying to help citizens, gathering people up, helping the wounded. There are several that are tending to the sick or wounded, and preparing them for the long 10-day track to Baldur's Gate. So I just wanted to know if there was anything in mind that you had that you needed to do before we jump to that.
Well, Maxwell will be going around using magic and what tools he still has to try to fix as many things as possible, just to get like carts up and running, bridles fixed for the horses.
Gaia, definitely.
Alejandro will offer his services as a messenger to the Hell Riders, taking messages back and forth, trying to provide communication in the best way possible that he can.
Okay. Gotcha. What about Vanril and Numo? Do they do anything at this point?
I think Vanril would have. Oh, go ahead. First, go ahead, Numo.
No, you can.
Oh, I say he probably since he was looking at the area, he noticed Rhea run off, and probably went to go see exactly where she went off alone, since she was running the direction through everybody that was trying to come out.
Right. For the most part, when she took off running, she didn't know where she was headed. If you followed her, you would have followed her to the edge of the city where she, kind of stopped and stood again. It was only at that point when she started to realize that there was other refugees lying around, people that are wounded and things like that. Her training kicked back in, and she was able to kind of regain composure. But all the while, since the fall, since the city was dragged away, you consistently still see her looking amongst the people. Anyone that she can. She has had a couple of moments where she's, approached somebody, turned them around to find it's not who she thought it was. She seems to be rather attached to Gideon in a way. You don't know much about Rhea, but like I said, she does mention that he specifically had kind of taken her in. That she doesn't have any family within the city, so he was the closest that she had. And, she was rather distraught over the fact that he was, gone as far as that goes. Now, I mean, being 17 sounds young to us, but 17, she had her own, residence, a small apartment in the barracks that she used, so it wasn't like she was staying with him. He wasn't her father or anything, but there was definitely a very fatherly type of situation that I think she experienced there. So she does her best to try and keep busy. She works on trying to gather, help people out as best she can, gathering anything she can, helping Max on occasion with repairing carts and things like that. But yeah, she's definitely broken up about it, for sure. The life that she had spent the last several years training to become a Hell Rider lieutenant, or even a general one day to lead, doesn't seem to she doesn't know what to do with herself now. So she finds whatever time she can to keep her hands busy, but other than that, you can tell she has definitely become a lot more distant over the next couple of days. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, Numo, if you wanted to go ahead and say anything there, by all means.
I was just gonna do something a little boring and see if I can trade some of my food for a bow.
Absolutely.
Thinking that food might be worth a little bit at this time, and
So,
it might help someone out. And I'm out of daggers.
Yeah, you are out of daggers. That is a fair point. So yeah, realizing that you didn't have the proper capable tools on you, and especially now that you don't have a residence or a place, the barracks to go back to retrieve those type of things, every commodity is precious, right? So even a bow might become something very important to your character at this point, especially someone that, has trained in stealth and ranged, and melee, things like that. If you don't have one of the tools at your disposal, you can't perform the skills of your trade, being a rogue. So yeah, I would like you to actually roll me persuasion. You can do persuasion, intimidation, whichever you want, but I'm kind of curious as to, do you politely try to trade, things like that, or do you intimidate somebody? I assume you said trade, so I assume it's polite, but if you want to take the other option, you're more than welcome. But I'm curious as to how responsive people are to your offer of this trade.
Yeah, I wouldn't do anything intimidating.
Gotcha. Again, sorry about the dice not being on the screen tonight, guys. Again, we were working with kind of limited frames and stuff, so it was just easier for me to remove that. But we will try our best to, keep you up to date on what gets rolled. All right, so you rolled a 12 on your persuasion, as far as that goes. So it's actually surprisingly a bit more challenging than you think. You would assume, I got food. These people need food. But when you approach the first gentleman, and make an offer, you see he's sitting there with his wife and one child, that all seemed to have survived, and they were incredibly thankful for that fact. But as they're sitting there trying to gather whatever supplies they had with them, they were just returning from a trip and loading it onto their wagon. You see the bow sticking out of the back and feel like this is a chance to make an offer. His initial rebuff, though, is that a single meal or two doesn't provide the same that this bow could over the coming weeks. He says, more or less, the kind of teach a man to fish statement. So he kind of, he declined your offer, and it's probably the second person that you talk to that's a little more eager. They were also just returning to the city and had not had their meal for the day, didn't plan on being out for more than weeks at a time, and doesn't have the proper supplies. But they agree to take your trade and trade, the bow for food. But they do actually at that point offer a return bargain. As the man, you see him pulling out what little silver he has left in a pouch. He says, if there's any more food that could be acquired, I don't know where to go. I'm not much of a hunter. I don't feel the bow would even do me good. I just mostly keep it for show. But if you could find more food, you can tell that he's kind of in a desperate situation. So he kind of puts you in a little bit of a, awkward moment there, where you're looking at the last of your rations as well, and know that there's a 10-day ahead before anyone will ever get to Baldur's Gate. So that's up to you how you handle or respond with this guy. But he does make the initial trade, but then tries forcibly putting his sack of silver into your hand to have you acquire more food for him.
I mean, I really just need the bow, but sorry, I'm losing my voice here.
Gotta dial it in.
Yeah, I just need the bow, but You, you know, what is food? I've been hungry before. Uh, yeah, you know, take it. You keep your silver too. Just throw in whatever bow you got. Arrows, you know, they look good enough condition anyway.
Yeah. So you trade the remainder of the food that you kind of had for yourself too, right? Is the
Yeah.
situation? Yeah. You take what little
Oh,
rations you guys had taken, you know, a day or two's rations just in case when you left. So yeah, trading him what little he has left. He does seem incredibly grateful. You know, even saying, like I said, I'm shit with the bow anyway. I couldn't provide for myself if I had to, but this will be enough to get us till we get to the gate. I I I can't thank you enough. I I'll find some way to repay it. I swear it. He puts his little silver
if
back in
it's
his
too
pocket.
much, then give it to someone else.
Yep. You're a good man. Appreciate you. But as he does, so like I said, he was just returning to the city himself. He more or less just had it as a means of protection if necessary. But he does pull a bow quiver filled with arrows off of his back and give them to you. So you actually acquire like a nice leather quiver that he had the arrows in, you know, bow and arrow across his back. You see that as he kind of walks off, he readjusts and fastens a short sword that he pulls out and twirls around a little bit in his hand, seemingly to be his preferred method of protection at this point. But yeah, he thanks you to the best of his, you know, as quickly and hastily as he can before making his way out. Um, you know, trying to find the next, you know, score as to how to survive. But yeah, I just kind of was curious if anybody did anything major or special. But yeah, we'll go ahead and wrap this up. And like Goody said, longest intro I've ever seen. There's a lot going on though. But I will go ahead and kind of move things along because I want to get us to Baldur's Gate, but you know, as quickly as possible. So it takes 3 days. It's only by the end of the third day that you feel pretty confident, and those around you feel as confident as they can that they have done as much triage on the injured as they can. They have gathered as many supplies. They've even scouted the area for berries and foraged for food, gathering whatever they could and loaded onto as many wagons, carts, individual horses, those you see with large packs on their backs, you know, that they have tied on and affixed with just rope and twine because they didn't have their proper sacks and satchels with them. But by the end of the third day, everyone's in agreement that by the next morning, you'll begin to make the trek towards Baldur's Gate. The Hell Riders, of course, offer as much aid as they possibly can. One notably that you would know of is your friend that you had spoke with in the tavern that night. I am trying to find his name here real quick, but I don't have it in front of me. Does anybody remember the name of the guy you guys talked to?
It was something like Malburn or Mel M something. I
Yeah,
remember that much.
yeah. Morgrim, that's what it was. Yep,
Okay.
Morgrim. Morgrim. Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, Morgrim. If I am remembering it correctly, because I'm not seeing it in my notes. Morgrim is one of the few people that you actually do see that managed to survive. Surprisingly, he was kind of not the best trained as far as the Hell Riders go. But you see at this point that he has stepped up. He is doing everything he can. He's helped a great number of people to retrieve whatever goods that they can and gather their supplies. And alongside of him, you would see another familiar face, and that of the young woman. I believe her name was Sarah, who was also one of the Hell Riders that, if you guys had kind of tried to play a little bit of a wingman situation for Morgrim, I feel like I'm seeing you talk, but I'm not hearing you. Did my thing tap out? Hold on a sec.
We can
Let me
still hear
make-
you.
I
I
don't
was
think
looking at
anybody's-
Max. Max looked like he was talking,
Oh.
but
Oh
didn't-
no, I was chewing on my lip because I'm weird like
Oh.
that.
okay, no, you're fine. I thought I saw you talking, and it might just be like everything's on delay because I can't watch the main cam. But anyway, sorry. Yeah, you guys had played wingman for this guy and tried to kind of hook him up with this girl. At one point, she seemed very disinterested. But as you guys watch over the next 3 days, as these two begin working together to help several of the townsfolk and things like that, you can begin to see a hint of admiration from Sarah. And on the third night, you would actually see that they are sitting along the stream, just on the edge of the camp area that's been made, having a meal together. And by the end of the night, you see her kind of lean over and place her head on his shoulder, as if he may have finally been able to impress the girl.
Right
But
on.
but either way, like I said, everybody gathers up their supplies, things like that. The next morning, everyone sets out, hits the road, and it is a long trek for the next 7 days till you guys reach the city of Baldur's Gate. By the time that you're approaching close to the city, everyone is exhausted. You've slept on hard, lumpy ground, for 7 days. You've not had a proper meal. The Hell Riders, along with several of the capable individuals within the city that are with your party, take turns keeping watch, foraging for food, and going out and hunting at night, and doing whatever they can to kind of help the people of Elturel survive this trek. But it is around the 10th day. You know that by midday break, you should be approaching the city. And you begin to see signs of villages and cottages that are surrounding the outskirts of Baldur's Gate itself. Just to check, I have put on that map, correct? I believe that's the map you guys have available to you.
Yep.
Yep.
Pull it up here so I can see it myself.
Mhm.
Oh, here we go. Make sure the players are on the map. So you guys are approaching. Let's see. That's the Black Gate. Trying to remember the name of it.
Of the gate?
Yeah, you're approaching the Basilisk Gate, but I was trying to see if I could see it on the map to where I could tell you which side you're coming in. If I'm not mistaken, we'll just call it. We'll essentially say it's the Black Gate to the north. No, it'd be to the east. I don't see it on this map. Apparently, it's not on this map. Doesn't matter. But as you are approaching the city, you are approaching from the east, and you begin to see the walls of Baldur's Gate ahead of you. You can hear the sighs of relief as the crowd with you begins to take a breath of relief and excitement that they might actually get to stay somewhere proper this evening. But still, kind of a somber affair, considering the thousands that have, not got to make the journey alongside you. Let's see. I want to take a small second, and we're going to detour over to Sariel. Sariel, it's you who have been making your way in the city. Let's see. Trying to think exactly all the notes I have for you. I don't have them all in front of me now. No, we got this. So, Sariel, you came from north in Candle Keep, but have come here to try and obtain some information yourself, doing a little research, continuing your studies, and you've kind of integrated yourself into the Flaming Fist. Not an actual member, but you've been very helpful among their guards and city watch as they've needed your aid and your clerical abilities. You've made yourself useful as a way of gaining access to certain bits of information that you may not have had available originally. But it's on this day that you begin to hear more and more of these rumors of what has happened in Elturel. Some people arrived a day or two ahead, as some scouts did move forward, and you get about 24 hours advance notice that there is 1,000 people marching on the city looking for refuge as word begins to make to the city that there are some on their way. You are currently standing alongside, if I can pull up his name here, give me 1 second. Got all my notes. I swear I had them. That's it. Commander Zaj. So you were just actually helping several of his people as you begin to see Commander Zaj walk into the barracks where you've been lending a hand, and you would hear him say, "Can you believe this? Damned Hell Rider scum coming to our city? Shit refugees? What is the meaning of this? Can't believe this. First Eldar Raven God falls victim to these fools, believes in them, and travels to their camp. Now, after they've wiped him away along with their own city, they come here to destroy ours. I don't trust any of them. We'll see that they don't make way to too much trouble. The Hell Riders especially, I don't trust a lot of them. Arrest them on sight. Make sure they don't make it past the gates. I want to question each of them personally." You would overhear this information as he's speaking to several of his guards as you are wrapping up with an individual that had merely cut a small cut that you've been watching for a couple of days, making sure it didn't fester or become, septic or anything like that. And you're just, wrapping up and cleaning up your supplies as you overhear this conversation. Of course, he's not speaking directly to you, and you are able to make your leave without him stopping you. But I'm curious as to what you would like to do at this point.
I'm gonna try and sneak out of the area there for a minute because it kind of sparked my curiosity with what he said about how they destroyed the city there. And I really want to know what the actual fudge happened there, because I don't know, man, making an entire city disappear is kind of suspicious. So I would like to move towards the gate and see if I can speak to like refugees and maybe potentially have a chat with some Hell Riders myself.
Absolutely.
He gets his hands on him.
You being the first one to kind of make it out the door, while the rest of the soldiers are just now gathering their supplies. After being told this, you see them begin to don their armor, put on their gear, and they're also seeming to be going to make their way towards the Basilisk Gate as well. Let's see. Trying to make sure I have all my P's and Q's. Yeah, it is an upper city, so it's the Black Gate. I don't know why they call it the Basilisk Gate here. But yeah, you have a bit of a head start on them as you can make your way out there. As you reach the city walls, you can actually make your way along the edge, since you do have access to several of the guard barracks and things like that. You're able to make your way up to the parapet, where you can take a look out across the landscape, the fields to the east of Baldur's Gate, and you are able to see that there is, as described, what appears to be like an army, a sea of people moving in unison as they are making their way down the road. It's a long snaking trail of bodies and individuals that begin to be making their way towards the city. They're still a good mile or so off. They're not quite to the city yet, but from the sheer size of their group and the height of which you're able to look, you can see them. It's about that time that you would hear again Zaj coming out with that group of individuals, making their way to this gate, since it'll be the place where they approach. And you would hear Zaj again, "Refugee crisis." Let's see. That's it. This refugee crisis. It stoked the fears of Baldur's Gate might suffer the same fate as Alterel. Nothing remains but a hole in the ground. Our Grand Duke, Aldar Ravengard, was visiting Alterel on a diplomatic mission when the city was destroyed. Do you think that's a coincidence, men? And you would hear several of the men in unison replying back with, no, it's bullshit. Kind of, rousing a crowd. And you notice that Zodge is absolutely beginning to stir the knights that surround him. Knights of Eltergard call themselves Hell Riders. A few of them apparently escaped the destruction and think that we are somehow to blame for Elturel's downfall. They blame us. They make us the criminal. What a bunch of self-righteous rabble-rousers. It's my goal that we arrest them on sight. Make sure that no one gets through the gate that isn't checked. We're already short-handed enough as it is, but make sure to deal with this problem and I'll make sure you get a bountiful feast tonight back at the barracks. He says, if there's any questions, tell them to come to me. Off you go. And you see the men begin breaking flanks and moving out to take positions around this gate where they are kind of holding the refugees, as they're to prepare to take in the refugees, but apparently arrest some of them among them. So what would you like to do at this point? Is this where you want to make your escape?
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna move out of the city because I don't like this standpoint of this commander. I'm not fully agreeing with what he's doing right now, so I would like to move myself away from that.
Very fair. You are easily able to make it out. I mean, it's not like they're barring the gate or anything. They do plan on taking in the refugees, but however, Zod seems to have chosen to decide that, the Elturian refugees may be more of a problem than he's willing to contend with. From what little you know about Zod, he seems to be a rather goal-oriented individual. And since the last 10 day, the Eldar Ravengard has been, it's been probably almost 2 weeks that Eldar Ravengard has been out of the city. Zod has been taking advantage of being the highest in command and has tried to establish himself in Eldar Ravengard's absence. Let's see. But yeah, you're able to quickly make your way out of the city. You do know your way around and several entrances and exits that may not be being used. But you're able to make your way out, and it's no more than 20 minutes or 10-15 minutes before you're able to bridge the gap and meet this group of refugees while they're still about, half to 3/4 of a mile from hitting the city gates. You do see among them that there is, a notable amount of injured. Some people are being carried, others are limping. You can definitely see the faces of people who have suffered some sort of loss, destruction, and devastation. This is a sight to behold for someone who seeks knowledge as much as yourself. There's definitely a story being told here, and it only piques your curiosity that much more as to what story can be told. But one of the things that does stand out to you amongst the crowd is you see a group of individuals riding along on horseback, horse and pony, one of which seems to be led by a younger looking woman. She seems to only be that of a teenager, if not maybe her early 20s, wearing pristine looking, as pristine as it can be after 10 days on the road, but a nicer set of armor than the rest. And following directly behind her, you would see another group of individuals that are kind of falling in formation, each of them wearing some sort of either direct uniform or possible affiliations to the Hell Riders that you would recognize. So you're kind of able to spot this woman right away, and she is followed by a charming man that's dressed like a bard, but he does seem to maybe have some of the similar colors on his uniform. You see a a gnome with some half-shabby face paint kind of smeared across his face as it's not been rekept in the last week. A aging paladin that's seeming to be more sore from the horse ride than he might enjoy to admit, and I believe also gnome individual that's riding along on a pony, maybe playing with a small gadget or gear that he's fiddling with as he's, paying less attention to the road and more attention to whatever he's artificing at the time. But those are the ones directly riding right behind this teenage girl in gleaming armor. So that's what you would see at this point. Again, you're about a half mile out from the city.
Yeah. I want to see if I can make my way over to this group of individuals, seeing as the girl clearly seems to be in a bit of higher state. Just by her, as seen by her clothing.
Yep.
And
she
then
does seem to be in command.
Little bit strange individuals that are behind her.
Well, this is where I will absolutely leave it to you guys. So as you're riding up on the city, probably quite relieved yourselves, Rhea has been discussing with you different things that she would like to do once she gets to the city. Namely, trying to do some investigation of Furthavius Krieg. The information that you guys had gained, says that he had left the city before its fall. So she is kind of perplexed when you gave her that information. And is, planning on, is making mention as you're getting close. I think we should look for Thaddeus in the city. It's possible we may find him yet. Maybe he can tell us some more of what has happened. Otherwise, I do not know.
If you think that is a good idea, I am willing to give it a shot.
It's the only idea we have. I'm not sure what else we do once we get inside the city.
Now,
Don't
remember,
know what I do, period.
we don't know that Thaddeus actually came to Baldur's Gate.
We don't know if he came here or not, but it's the most likely of suspect. I believe if he was to travel out in the dead of night, he could be going anywhere, but this is close to city.
And even if he didn't, it wouldn't hurt to check.
It's the least we can do is keep an ear out to the ground. We will see what else we can do and hopefully make some sense of what comes next. It's about that time, though, that you see her catch the attention of someone that's approaching directly, and you would all see her as well. Syria, would you like to describe yourself for us as these characters see you approaching?
You're gonna see this 4/3 elf cleric approach you in her usual outfit, just a simple fitted armor, scale armor, with a little bag on her side. Clearly, seems to be holding supplies from any kind of nature at this point. Short blonde hair, big green eyes, kind of looking a little bit worried, but at the same time very determined as she kind of marches straight for you.
Yeah, it's probably the shortest elf you've seen to date. I love the idea that you went with the short elf. I love it. But yeah, you would see this elven woman approaching you directly. That's for sure. But yeah, she seems to be making a direct beeline towards you and your party, and is maybe even trying to hail your group a little bit as she approaches.
Lady, are you a citizen of Baldur's Gate?
Not entirely, but I really do need to speak to Hellriders and their command, and it's really important.
All right.
I am as good a command as you could get.
I I don't want to be rude, but it looks more like the lady's in charge here.
That's not being rude.
She takes a look around
Yeah,
and she
no,
says,
right.
honestly, with what is left of us, we are all equals today. What can I do to help you?
I would urge you to take all Hellriders to a different route. They are at the gate. The general, he ordered every Hellrider to be arrested. It would be best to just, I can give you a different way to go in the city where he won't see you, but you need to lay low for a little bit. All I ask in return is a little bit of, information of what happens.
Is this just the Hell Riders themselves, or are all citizens going to be met with this type of
Only
dissatisfaction?
Hellriders. He's blaming you guys for what happened, and he thinks that y'all are the problem, and that he said arrest all Hellriders, and he will deal with them when he has time.
Cool. We are in your
Think we
debt.
stole the city?
Yeah, you would definitely see Rhea taking a concerned look and kind of tossing eyes at each of you as far as that goes. Kind of a vibe of, what do you make of this?
Who did you say said this?
General
was-
Zaj. Commander
General-
Zaj.
Anyone else heard of him? Anyone know him?
This is General Zaj, and why does he have such a low opinion of Hell Riders?
It's not just Zodge who we are going to have issue with. Baldur's Gate and Elturel do not get along. I'm sure you know this, but I know this Zodge. Not directly, but I've met him once or twice. He can be a real prick. I think he's a bit of a tryhard.
He's a bit of the commanders for the Flaming Fist.
He
They
will-
are not happy with you.
He work directly under Aldar Ravengard. I feel, if... Shit. And you see her kind of have this moment where it washes over her.
He
And
was
she
probably
says,
still in the city.
shit. He was still in the city too. Yeah, she kind of has that moment of realization. That means that their high commander was just killed in our city.
This
I
is
can
not
see
good.
why they are wanting to speak with us directly. You say you know another route in that city.
Yes, I can get you guys in through a different gate that isn't really looked after by the Flaming Fist. They're too busy with the main gate right now.
Maybe in addition to taking this secret way into city, we also remove any regalia of Hell Riders from our person.
For now.
For now.
But
This would be smart.
the only thing I'm concerned about is if we go in sneaking about, if they have concerns about what happened, it might try to confirm it even more with some of the others. If we try to sneak into the city and we're caught, how's that going to look on the rest of us?
Well, if they throw us in the slammer and then decide they don't like our answers, our options are a heck of a lot more limited.
That is true.
General Commander Zark said he was going to put everybody in stocks and dealt with them in the morning. It didn't really sound like he was planning to really listen in the first place.
You know, I am a bard. I cannot play very well in a stock.
How
I
do they
do
know
not
that we are
intend
Hell
to.
Riders? I mean, most of us don't look the part. We can just walk through. Like people.
It is going to be... What are they going to do to... My main concern is if there's no Hell Riders among any of us going into the city, what are they going to do to all the refugees? Are they going to try to weed out every single person to figure out who it could be? And could that put the rest of the people here in danger?
Well, put me to work. I have been working on a song of the horrible disaster that befell the city. Let me sing it to the people of Baldur's Gate. Let me try to change their minds and ways.
I mean, unless your song ends with the stanza, and then all the Hell Riders got lost on the way here, and boy, who knows what happened to them. I don't think that'll solve the problem that we're currently looking at.
I am not planning to put that in the song.
I do not like our option, but we take off armor, they do not know who we are. Most of them will not recognize us. We look like everyone else. I mean, maybe I look a little different. She kind of like flexes a little bit, you know. You see the rippling teen. It's kind of funny.
Gives
but
a little chuckle over here.
that's it. She says, as much as I hate it, we could ask some to willingly turn themselves in. This Zodge can't keep us forever. We might be able to rescue them once inside. He wants to question us. He can't prove anything, but he can detain. And worse, he might detain for quite some time. None of our options are good, but I know that our people among us would say very little if we asked him.
I'm just
get a few of you guys safe into the city and, you know, a little hideout for a little bit, and you can work from there, and I can perhaps maybe help out from the inside a little.
I know a place in city we can go. Elfsong Tavern.
I can get you there.
If it is a tavern, I can help.
I hate to do it, but I may have someone there I know. Ugh.
Not someone pleasant, I take it?
We have history.
I just don't want to send the refugees to the front with no...
They'll be fine. He won't touch them. He says they will be, well, taken in, and, you know, he'll try to see and meet their base needs. They can.
I think we could also ask that some of the refugees go to other gates. If some make it in, spread word. It might also, as Alejandro said, be able to sway the minds.
Yeah.
No options are great, but I know that we can't be taken. If anyone is to figure this out, I don't imagine it is Farmer. And she just like points at an average guy, and he's like, "Hey, fuck you!" You know what I mean? And he kind of rides by, you know. You get what I mean? Yeah, either way, you know, kind of. And as this, you know, average Joe kind of strolls by. But
it's not. It's not like we're not a unique bunch.
Yeah, if you get caught, then there's nothing you can do for your people.
That is true. I'm all for taking back entrance.
Go with you. I will at least go with you because I want to go inside the city.
Yeah. When you think about it, though, whenever people are looking at us, they see, what is it? They see one gnome. They see two gnomes. One wearing face paint. Another one, which is an old guy with glowing yellow eyes. It might be hard to sneak some of us through, but...
Well, think about it. Who's going to look at us and say, yeah, these guys are professionals?
True. The guarding on the other gates isn't as heavy, and I highly doubt it will be an issue. The guards don't look up if I bring people down or in, except for when I go to the main gate. They're gonna look at everybody there.
Yeah, she says, if we take alternate route, no way to get us in the city unnoticed. I don't think they'll be able to identify us. We just have to lay low. Look at the city. It's not small. We have places to hide. We just stay out of sight. Maybe they, you know, look for Hellrider, but if we do not dress as such, they cannot prove our affiliation. I think the only worry is that he thought we might get us at the gate. But if we make our way around, he might have harder time tracking down who is Hellrider.
Yeah,
group of people with you, so we all are a little bit of a bigger group, not too much. Keep it like
Would you? We have friends in the Hellrider group. Would you allow us to share this with our friends?
Of course.
All right. Alejandro will go and try and find what was his name? The guy we were the wingman for,
Morgrim.
Morgrim.
Morgrim, and he explains the situation to Morgrim and says that maybe tell the other Hell Riders they should take off their insignias and stuff like that, and kind of go incognito.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Oh, that's... Jeez, they're right there at the gates? What would we have to do anything? Of course, we didn't rip the whole city to the ground. What the... he gets a little frustrated at the whole idea of it.
They're not being irrational, and they are looking for the first person to blame, which is us, because we are coming to their city in great droves.
Well, I guess I get that. All right, Sarah! You see him immediately turn and look for Sarah, who he spots rather quickly and whispers this information to her as well.
And the others.
Yeah, we'll let them know. Don't you worry about that. We'll spread the word around and make sure that we all keep low. If they get one or two of us, the rest of us will get them out. He says,
May fortune smile on you.
I appreciate you looking out for us. You're a good friend, Alejandro.
Take care. We'll see you in the city.
Good to know. If you need me, I'll be staying in the lower quarters. I'm trying to remember what it's called. The Wide. I got some friends there. If you ask around, Morgrim Denon. Denen. I got family in the city. Apparently there's a lot of us, so they should be able to point you in the right direction.
That is good information, my friend. Now,
Good luck. Stay out of trouble.
we must
Don't get caught.
ways. You and the same to you.
Yep. You would see immediately, turns and kind of, he might be a bit of a silly man, especially when he's drinking, but, sober after a 10-day walk and as serious of the situation as it is, he does turn on his heel and immediately go start talking to every other Hell Rider that he can find. Sarah begins doing the same, and as, within a couple of moments, you see a lot of garb being removed and taken off, things like that.
Right.
At that point,
I will change out of my my uniform, look more normal. Lady, you have done a great service for us.
I would like to, if we could follow you. You say you know a way into city that keep us off radar. Radar's not a word that would be used. That keep us off the guards' patrol. I would like this. Do you know special road? Lead the way. She just kind of like, I will follow you. If anyone catches us, you should leave. I will not be taken into custody.
It should be alright. I want to take you all to the other gate that we have. It's near Stony Ice. It should be fine to go in that gate there without too much attention to ourselves.
I will follow you.
So,
Yeah. But you see,
While-
go ahead.
I was gonna say, while this is going on, I want to take a second to look around and see sort of like the state of like we all look pretty worn down at the moment, right?
Correct.
Is there a whatchamacallit, a refugee near me that might have that's about my size, that has some sort of like a cloak or something over them?
Sure, yeah. There'd probably be, lots of people of varying ages, heights, you know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like I said, there's about 1,000 of you that
Yeah.
still survived, between people that were able to flee at the out, just on the edge of the city and jump the divide, or those that were making their way in. Like even 2 days after the event, people were still showing up. So there's a lot of you there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Not all as worse as the others. So yeah, kind of any type of person you'd be looking for.
Yeah.
As long as it's not looking for a doppelganger, you should easily be able to find
Yeah.
it.
Well, yeah, I want to go up to one that has sort of like a long sort of brownish cloak with like the hood like that, and I want to see if I ask him if I could buy the cloak off of him and pull out just two full gold coins. Just the
Are you sure, boy? I think you meant to pull out coppers.
nope.
If you want this rat-heeled thing, take it. My wife sewed it for me, but I never liked her anyway. I'll go buy a new cloak. Maybe
Yep.
a new wife. You actually hear some woman just like a couple of paces behind. Not on your best day or my worst. I couldn't get that lucky.
Jesus Christ.
Sort of chuckles, takes it from him, tosses the 2 coins down. It's like looks down. Please don't spend it in one place. Sort of goes back
Spend it
over.
as a damn flow, please. Don't wear it all in one place. You hear this guy? Either way.
He just sort of chuckles off as he rides away.
He does eagerly take the 2 gold. You see him place it in his pocket, and then you kind of hear him cheerfully speaking with his wife as they make their way towards the gate. Again, about most of the Hell Riders that you see begin as you're making your way kind of like through this area too. The Hell Riders seem that you can identify by sight, the ones you remember, the ones that were wearing something most of the trip here. You know what I mean? At this point, there's only two dozen of you anyway. They're pretty easy to recognize, right? So you're able to see that most of them have removed whatever garb they had on, whatever outfits. One of them, you actually see him like just setting a shield down that had a symbol on the front of the shield, etc. And they do kind of break off from the main group, taking their time or different routes to get within the city. But you do actually still see that there is one man that is an older gentleman again, kind of still riding right in the middle of the herd, and he is blazoned in bright red attire with the Hell Rider's crest proudly on display right on the center of his chest as he's making his way through the crowd. Let's see. I'm trying to think. If you you wouldn't you'd recognize him within the last couple of days. You've had 1 or 2 interactions with him. He seems like a rather stubborn individual for the most part. He's been helpful, but he has not been the most helpful, if that makes sense. And you do see that he's just kind of proudly riding, and you actually see one of the other Hell Riders like approach him, say something, and he just kind of shoos the guy away. You know what I mean? As if not all of them apparently are taking it so casually to disband. This guy seems like at least 1 or 2 probably in the group are still going to get caught at the gate. So you may not be, totally without some cover there. But again, that also leads them to possibly being questioned. You're not sure how that all plays out. But anyway, I did want to make mention of it. Yeah, that's kind of that's a possibility. If he gets caught, others won't. That's a good point, Goody. But yeah, anyway, I just wanted to make mention of it, that you do see at least the one. There may be others mixed in with this 1,000 people, but some of them seem to be holding their ground regardless. But most of the Hell Riders you see are taking off the outfits. But anyway, just to kind of keep things moving along, you are all able to follow Seriel, who leads you into an area, as she had said, by Stone Eyes, which is on the map there a small section of the town where it is kind of on the outskirts, small section of village, and this is about where you guys would have been coming in from initially, but right before you get to the gate, you're able to break off to the east. Sorry, not east, to your left, and head down over a small embankment, and right there is a sewer grate that has a sealed hatch on it, but it seems to be open. Maybe this person knows, their way around, as they said. You're able to pop the latch very easily. It was, like I said, left open. Make your way into the storm drain, and it takes some navigating, but within about 20 minutes time, you're able to make your way out the other side, and you emerge inside the city walls, seemingly unnoticed. The Elf Song Tavern is not too far away from where you're actually located. It's, just a walk through the city, and as you make your way through, now that you're on this side of the gate, you do see that Rhea is moving through the streets, but trying to keep herself as least noticeable as possible, and makes her way in that direction. Let's see. Elf Song Tavern. I was trying to see exactly where it is. I don't have it on the map. I don't have it on this map, I don't think. But anyway, I'll pull up a map for it when we get there. But yeah, another 10-20 minutes walk, you're able to get to the Elf Song Tavern. It's a small 2-story tavern and inn. Doesn't seem to be a very huge place, but it does seem to be rather nice. Again, making your way through the town, most people don't even notice you from anyone else, but you do see at least one point as you get closer to the Elf Song Tavern. There is a set of guards that kind of walk down a side road, and, your group holds back for a moment. They move on past. They're not actively or aggressively seeming to scour the city or anything like that. So at least for the time being, you feel like as long as you're not wearing branded colors or anything that'll give you away, you should be able to maintain your anonymity, your anonymous, nature. But as you're approaching that last leg, right before you walk into the tavern, Rhea would address you again, and she says, "I apologize again. I do not wish to take you to this person. It is an old friend, an old acquaintance of mine. She is problematic. She has very dangerous friends. Do not trust her. She will kill you as quick as anyone if you give her half the chance. But I think she owes me a favor."
Safer or less safer than the owlbear?
Yeah, I've seen her fight. It's quite like the owlbear. But I think we will be alright as long as you're with me. It's just that I'm warning you not to trust her. She runs with a very bad crowd. We've made very different decisions. Yep, but if you acknowledge that or anything, she just kind of, she throws her hood up over her head and continues making her way into the tavern, though you can definitely see a hint of aggravation on her face that she has to deal with whoever this person is. As you make your way in, though, let's see if they give you a nice little flowery description of the tavern.
I'm just following this bunch of weird people at this point. I'm curious.
Yeah, absolutely.
Maxwell has been.
Go ahead.
I was okay. Maxwell has been furiously prestidigitating the entire time, trying to get any sign of the storm drain and sewers off of everybody.
Right. Yeah, it wasn't like crawling through Shawshank Redemption or anything style on your belly through a pile of shit. It was a rather
bad.
large, yeah, it was a rather large storm grate, so it wasn't the worst, but yeah, there's definitely some boots that need cleaned for sure. You don't know what that was you stepped
not
in,
my
but
boots.
it was rough.
Oh, your boots are fine now.
Let's see.
They lack the luster they had before.
said, I'm having trouble hearing the upper left player. Give me 1 second there, Goonie. Let's see if I can turn them up for you.
I could just be me not talking loud enough, honestly.
Well, I was about to say, the biggest problem is without me having my regular screen up, I'm limited on what adjustments I can make, but I actually was able to turn you up a little bit, so.
Hold on.
Yeah, I'm gonna turn everybody up here. Oh, that one's me. I don't need to turn me up. I'm good.
It is a very fun word. It is
Yeah,
a very
again,
fun word.
Thank you guys
That's
for
a
bearing
good word
with
to use
us.
as tribal.
Prestidigitation.
Jesus.
Prestidigitation. It is
Numa's
a...
starving right now, by the way.
What is it?
I was just say, like, Numa's just, like, starving, by the way. Hasn't eaten, like, much this whole trip.
Yeah, I
Would
was
he
about
have
to say...
said anything?
I mean, if I was about to say, did he say anything about that, or?
I didn't want to spend too much time on the trip between, because we could have done that, you know, the whole day to day. What did you guys do? What did you forage for? Who kept watch thing? But I didn't want to go through the full 10 days worth of travel there as far as that goes. But yeah, I am kind of curious. You know, did you take any time to try and hunt during the night, or was there any times where you know
Not
you had
food,
made
just-
mention of your
There you go.
hunger?
Not yet.
Right. I will say that if Rhea would have noticed at any point you not eating, she was pretty distracted herself, but she had some rations with her. You know, she had well packed for the journey, but not for 10 days worth of journey. But she would have shared, so you probably have had some meals. But like you've gotten
Yeah.
a couple pieces, you've gotten a handful of Slim Jims in 10 days. You know what I mean? You've had like a Slim Jim and a cheese
Right.
stick a day for the last 10 days. Your stomach is definitely probably growling at this point. Yeah.
Yeah,
so-
Would I be
Not
would I
sick,
be able
but,
to
like,
notice that?
wants to go to the tavern.
let's see. Would it be like? You tell me there, Numerous. Would this be something like noticeably on his face by this point? Like, does he look dead? You know what I mean? Like, or is he kind of trying to play it off like it doesn't bother him? And that's probably
I think
for
he just
the
looks
lot
like
of you,
low
too,
blood sugar.
so- Right. I would say even the lot of you though, like all of you look a little rough. You know, 10 days, no showers. You know, you've had a couple of streams that maybe you passed by, so you might have been able to wash yourselves a little bit. You know, like I said, rations among the refugees. Everybody seemed to be trying to share as best as they could to make the supplies last. But yeah, everybody was rationing. Yeah, or you know, whatever goods they had. See, none of you have eaten great anyway, and it's been tiring and exhausting. But yeah, for the most part, I think you know, Numo just looks a little worse than the rest. He looks a little rough. Prestidigitation cleans. Yeah, you don't.
Yes.
You don't know that spell there, Goody. I don't know if you did. You ever? I'll talk to you about that after the game. I'm not sure if he ever played D&D. He's one of our vampire players. I wasn't sure if he's if he ever did the D&D thing. Usually that's the gateway drug, right? You play D&D and then it's the gateway drug to things like vampire and you know other stuff, right? I just wasn't sure. I assumed as much. I don't know why. Just when you said prestidigitation cleans, it made me think of it. Anyway,
Yeah.
let me continue. Oh, actually, here, give me just 1 second. I got one adjustment I'm trying to make.
Yeah, prestidigitation will clean like things. It can't clean people, unfortunately. The spell specifically clarifies you can clean an object. So
Yeah,
unless
I mean,
I'm
if it's
murdering
supposed-
passing
supposed to,
peasants and then cleaning them and then reviving them,
I mean, you clean the
that's an
clothes.
option,
You're
right?
right, dead people are objects.
Give me just 1 second
Would a
here.
corpse be an object?
yeah, corpses are objects.
Huh.
That was what
So-
we decided first session, I think.
Yeah, it means mending works on them as well. So if somebody's got limbs
Yeah.
removed and nobody's got regenerate, the next best thing is murder them, mend the limbs back in place, and then revive them.
That
No,
is
they are
why-
considered creatures.
No.
Not okay. That is not okay.
Like Claire just sitting there like, I gotta say, fellas, this is some fucked up shit.
I mean, she would be the first one to want to figure out if it actually worked or not.
I was about to say I would be the first one to test that theory, so be careful with that.
Wake up one
I mean,
night,
if it's got HP.
I learned.
I
Waked
mean,
up
that's
one
called
night, I learned.
knowledge, right?
Actually,
I
you know
learned
what?
Revivify.
Now that I'm thinking about it, guys, we're right now at 10:20. How about we go ahead and take a 10-minute break? I know we started late and things like that, but you know we usually take our mid-game break. If we go ahead and just do that now and get it out of the way, we can spend the next, hour and 45 solid playing, if that works for you guys. Because I was just trying to I was trying to post a thing here on the stream this way, but yeah, that just gives me 10 minutes to do anything I need to do here real quick. And that gives everybody the opportunity to go grab a drink and all that real quick. So if that's all right with you guys, that sound cool?
Hmm?
Okay.
That sounds
cool.
great.
All right, guys, give us 10 minutes. We're going to go ahead and take our break now. Like I said, it's usually around 10 o'clock anyway, we take our break. So we're going to take a 10-minute break, just kind of real quick this time, 10, 15 at the most. Our usual is 15. But anyway, we'll try to be quick about it since we got a late start. And again, please bear with us for the tech issues tonight. I know that we're having a lot of little things that just not perfect, but my computer, like I said, my monitor literally set on fire an hour before the stream. I am working without a screen. I am trying my best, but I'm kind of scattered. I can completely understand it. Also, keep in mind, keep an eye on my YouTube, because there will be an awesome video of how I blow this computer this TV the fuck up. That's for sure. We're going to find something awesome to do with that TV to destroy it fully, so yeah, keep an eye on that. But anyway, give us 10-15 minutes. We're going to take a quick break. That gives me a chance just to make sure I got everything squared away before we move into the Elf Song Tavern and meet with Rhea's unknown contact that she seems to have some distrust or disagreements with. This is a great time for you guys to check out our Ko-Fi page, ko-fi.com/tabletop down. Let me put it in the thing. Exclamation Ko-Fi. Right there you go. That is a link to our Ko-Fi website or store. Head to the store section. You'll see all the awesome stuff that you can support to get the characters different potions and scrolls. You can help out or hinder these guys quite a bit by either helping the party or helping the GM and my bad guy characters, but you can have a big effect on the story. Feel free to check that out. Not only is that the best way to support the stream so that we can continue to do this and show your thanks to all the players and all those great things, it's an awesome way for you guys to interact with the game and make it what you want it to be. So we're gonna go ahead and take our 10-minute break. Please go check that store out. Again, we definitely need a new monitor now, so those support donations go a super long way. We'll be back here in 10 minutes, guys. Thank you. Oh, now I gotta try and do this. I can't touch my computer.
Oh, I just have to figure out where it's at.
Welcome, new follower.
Right.
All right, I'm getting there. I think we got it muted.
Right.
That is not doing shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. I see. I don't know why. I'm trying to use my stream deck. It should work. There we go. We'll be right back, guys.
That's some dead quiet over here.
Yes.
On that note, I'm gonna grab a snack. Kevin, it looked like Goonie Bones was asking in chat
Yes,
whether the
it's
advantage
still
is
on.
stored.
We're still live.
Yeah, I gotta move a bunch of stuff around. All right, we got audio. All right, there we
Hey.
go, guys. Welcome back.
We're
Thank you
live.
guys for bearing with us. Like I said, I know tonight's a little bit of a slower night. I'm so disappointed, man. I was looking forward to this all week. We're gonna have to like go twice as hard next week to make up for it. But either way, welcome back, everybody. Thank you guys so much for being a part of the stream. My name is Kevin, aka It's a Sublime. If you're just now tuned in, this is Baldur's Gate: Descent into Avernus. We are playing it straight out of the book as far as that goes, with a couple of tweaks in there to better fit our party. Flurryabet, hello, hello. Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate you so much. But yeah, welcome to the game. Like I said, this is Baldur's Gate: Descent into Avernus. It is an interactive D&D stream, which means you guys have ways of interacting with the game. If you look directly up here to my top left, I believe it is, top right for your screen, you'll see the Ko-Fi page listing. If you go to ko-fi.com/tabletop down, go to the store, you'll see easy little use bubbles, and you can click on any of those to support the channel at a variety of different levels. And for each different way that you support, it causes an interaction in game. You can choose whether to help the good guys or help the bad guys. Our game is based around the Blood Wars, so it's that battle of ultimate good versus evil. For whom do you choose? Or whom do you serve? That's the question. But yeah, please consider to check that out. It's what enables us to be able to do this every week, and it's what's going to buy me a new monitor for the one that just caught on fire. So anyway, let's get back to our game. I don't want to take too much time. Also, you can buy these players advantages. These guys might need it. I'm about to start throwing stuff at them. Like literally, like Kevin's going to throw things at them. Let's go ahead and go. Yeah, the players need advantage, not the characters. That's exactly it. But yeah, let's go ahead and jump back into our game. So, upon arrival to Baldur's Gate after the fall of El Chirel, 1,000 refugees showed up at the city of Baldur's Gate, and upon arriving at the Basilisk Gate, they were intercepted, so to speak, about a half-mile outside of the city, and informed that Commander Zodge is arresting any Hell Rider on site, which of course our players are a member of that group, because he suspects that they are somehow either responsible for the fall of El Chirel, the disappearance of Eldar Ravengard, who was in the city of El Chirel at the time, or he had even made mention that the Hell Riders are blaming the Flaming Fist mercenaries for the fall of El Chirel. So there's some disconnected stories here. We're quite unsure as to his issue, but luckily for them, this was all overheard by Seriel, who was able to rush out of the city and meet them about a mile before they entered the city, introducing herself to the party. Seriel is a elven cleric from Candlekeep who is in her pursuit of knowledge, spent some time in the city here in Baldur's Gate to learn some things, and what greater knowledge could be obtained than from learning directly from those that just watched the city of El Chirel fall to whatever demise it did. So she made the agreement of sneaking them into the city and bypassing General Zodge, protecting the Hell Riders and making sure they didn't get arrested, while also being able to hopefully gather herself some information as she gets to travel with them and discuss with them. At that point, it was Rhea Mantlemorn, that mentioned she does have a contact in the city, and that's where our players are arriving now. They had just arrived at the Elf Song Tavern in Baldur's Gate to meet Rhea's contact. The only information she gave was that they were previously acquaintances, not to trust her, and to be careful as she has dangerous friends. But that's where we're going to start off. Like I said, I do see that there's a little bits of lag on the stream. I apologize for stuff. Like I said, our equipment's screwed tonight. Please bear with us. And again, if you want to see it do better next week, please support the stream. It's a major benefit to helping us get the equipment we need. All right. As you enter the Elf Song Tavern, you find that the tavern is quite the busy little location. Inside the tavern, you see that there are dozens of patrons that are currently drinking, enjoying card games, dice games, and listening to music that's being lightly played from a small bard in the single bard that's sitting over in the corner, lightly playing a piano or a type instrument. You know, he's not singing or anything, but just a little light piano that you can hear. He may not even be a bard. Maybe he just knows how to play piano. That's what I guess I'm getting at. But many customers frequent this tavern, and those that know that the Elf Song Tavern is known for a elvish spirit or specter that does tend to sing from time to time within the confines of the tavern hall itself. So it's a busy place where many come to sit and listen and hope that they're lucky enough to overhear the ghostly song of the Elk Song Tavern. At least that's the rumor that it described on the sign out front, right? But as you walk in, you see a man a half-elven man standing behind the bar that is currently polishing several glasses, that acknowledges and tips his hat to you as soon as you walk in the door, and the others seem to not even pay you any mind, as it is a busy day. You see card games being played, dice games being played, there's several people drinking and eating. It seems to be, by all accounts, a pretty merry affair, which is a very different situation than what you guys have been experiencing the last 10 days. So it's probably a bit of a shock to the system as you walk in, and these people seem to not even care. It's as if they are not even aware, and maybe they are not. General Captain Zodge knew because he's had some people in that area, but as far as the general populace, they may be completely unaware about Terrell's Fall. But yeah, you guys walk in the door and you see Rhea immediately starting to look a little uneasy as she begins scanning the crowd, trying to look for her contact. What would you guys like to do upon entry?
I'm pulling my little notebook out and I'm just writing down what I see.
Alejandra's going to want to go up to the bar.
Absolutely. There's a half-elven man, like I said, standing there polishing a glass. What can I do here for you, buddy?
Your piano player. Would he like to take a break? I would be more than happy to fill in the spaces between the silence.
I mean, honestly, he's not mine. It's just that we have a piano. But if you want to bump him off of it, you're welcome to it. I kind of just leave it for anyone that wants to entertain the crowd. I'll be honest, that's that over there, Steno. He typically only plays a song or two. He'll be done in a minute, and you can take over after him. In the meantime, though, can I get you something to drink?
I will have an ale. No. I'll have a wine.
We do have a good red. Bear with me. I'll get you guys something. What about your friends there? As he kind of sees the rest of you standing directly behind. Can I get you anything?
I'm sure they're thirsty from the road.
Water should do fine. He sort of clears his throat. Yeah, it's like, yeah.
You look like you've had a bit of a journey. I don't recognize you from around here either. Most of my patrons are regulars, but I mean, we occasionally get some travelers. Where'd you come from?
Oh boy.
These are friends visiting out of town from a little village a bit away from town. They came to visit.
All right, hey, your business is your own. Welcome to Baldur's Gate. You'll fit right in. I think he'll get you some drinks. He kind of turns around, spins on his heel, and begins to move out to go pour several glasses of ales, wine, and beer. And he does quickly return with ale, wine, and water. Sorry, that's what I say. And he sits them all down on the table. Each one, he kind of slides the water directly towards, Vanril, and then turns to everyone else and says, that's a silver piece each.
I nod and clap down a silver piece.
I put down a silver piece and I say, perhaps once you hear my work, maybe we can work something out.
He says, apparently you don't know where you're at, do you? He says, I already have the best performer I could ask for. Don't get me wrong, I love a good musician, but wait till you hear it, stick around for a little while. If you can hear the lady sing, you'll know why so many people are here. He says, do you know the story of the tavern?
I would love to hear it.
He says, I don't know where she came from. She was here when I took over the place, but every now and again you'll hear the sound of an elvish female that'll bring a tear to your eye when she begins to sing. That's what all these people are in attendance for tonight. It's been a while. Everybody's kind of expecting that she might be giving her performance soon. So we've had a larger than usual crowd the last couple of nights. Hopefully you get lucky enough to hear it. He says, either way, again, Stenos looks like he's about done there. Whenever he's done, you feel free to take over on the piano. I do love a good song, and it keeps the people happy, but, you know, just make sure to play whatever they like. God knows, someone will cut your back around here for playing the wrong tune. Either way, you guys be safe, and if you need anything, I'll be behind the bar.
I just shoved these their silver coins back as I put the correct amount on the thing and hand them to the barkeep.
Okay.
This runs is on me, boys. People.
Nice. Rhea does kind of tip her head as she picks up a drink. She just grabs an ale from the collection that was set out there and begins taking a long drink, very dry from the road. But as she does pull it back, she would look at you and say, he means what he says. Be careful of watching your back around here. Baldur's Gate is known not for its beauty or its trade, but its murderers and thieves. The tavern is a dangerous place. You should never go alone. She says, I've only been here a little, but enough to know it's not safe. Speaking of which, I see the Rindsmen were here, and that's also not safe. But come with me. And you do see that she has spotted her quarry and begins making her way up to the upper levels of this location. Let me see here. I'll get you guys on the map. I don't know who it. Let me see if I can plug this here. Witchy Witch Adventures. I don't know who they are, but they've done some awesome maps. They've did the entire campaign and updated all the maps. So thank you to whoever the hell you are.
Nice.
They did some good work, man. They posted them on Reddit. They were totally free. Like, good on you. Love when people do stuff like that. Share your work, you know. All right, so this here is the Elf Song Tavern as you're kind of looking at it. If it switches over here. I'm not seeing the transition on my screen. Bear with me. Should be that one. Nope. I clicked the wrong one. Can't see. There we go. Got it now. Alright, there is the Elf Song Tavern as we see it. And of course, like I said, you guys have come in down here on this lower floor. But as Rhea does move, sorry, I said she moved to the upper floor. She moves to the back room. There's some of these private rooms sitting over here and over here as well. She would make her way to this location right. Where's it at? Right there. That's the big one. I knew it was there somewhere. Right here where I'm pinging, you would see that there is a card game taking place, and there are several rough-looking figures sitting there passing back and forth cards and coins as they begin placing their bets, and that is the direction that she moves. Yeah, this is kind of just like a raised area. It looks like a bit of a wall, but so you have your fireplace dividing it, but on either side there you have a doorway, and you can, of course, see this area. It's not completely private, but semi-private. And she makes her way to the doorway where she stands and watches for a moment. as these individuals are playing their cards. It seems that they're playing some sort of a best way to put it is like a three dragon ante type card game, where it's a lot about betting and raising each other's bets. And in front of her, in front of one character, you see a rather ostentatiously dressed woman, big hat, feather raked down the side, long coat. That seems to kind of flow out from around her. She is very well dressed. You see rings on many of her fingers, as well as necklaces that kind of adorn, and earrings that hang real low, very large in size. And she is chatting up the crowd while going through this, or playing this game. And the rest of them seem to be growing increasingly frustrated as she is consistently taking their money. But yeah, after a few moments, Rhea sits there and continues to watch. Do you guys watch the game, or do you guys want to try and like join in the game or anything like that? Rhea seems to have moved over, but is waiting before she introduces herself. But you guys can take the lead if you choose.
Maxwell's going to watch the game itself and just try to analyze her playing patterns to figure out, is she on to some trick, or is this like a cheat?
Absolutely. Give me a perception or investigation, whichever you prefer. I think either one would make sense here.
Oh, wow. I'm not great at this, apparently.
Investigation 10. I mean, by the pile of gold she's got in front of her, you would almost assume that somehow she's swindling these guys, because she is raking it in. And they are becoming, more irritated by it, but continuing to play and don't seem to make any comment of her cheating or anything, but you don't see anything that would prove it, you know what I mean, as far as that goes. She just seems to be on a hot streak and making some good money in the process. Her personality does lend well, though. You've played a couple of games before in your time, and you know that a lot of these games, it's sometimes not just about the cards, but about the way that you can bluff or banter during the session, and that part she definitely has down. She's, able to keep the crowd kind of charmed and interested to where they continue to keep putting money down, even beyond the point where they've lost more than they should. You would hear the woman, let's see, kind of speaking with the gentleman. Let's trying to get an idea of which, I can't remember the other guy's names here. All right, there it is. Excuse me. One of the man's names, you would catch her reference as Scrawldar. He seems to be a kind of, drunken individual. He is got very light balding hair and ratty clothes. He looks like someone that would work at the docks. You would see another individual that is let's see, how do I describe this person? There is one person that is described as Willow, who is a halfling. And kind of has a snooty look to their face as they're sitting there playing with them. I guess it would matter more once you guys actually get into the conversation. Let me go ahead and jump in, though. It's at this time, I guess, where if nobody else says anything, Rhea feels the obligation to do so. And Rhea would finally say, "I see nothing has changed. You're still the same as ever." As she looks over across the table. At this point, you would definitely see Rhea take a look up from the table and kind of cross eyes with her. And there's a smile before she even raises her head. And she says, "I thought I told you, if I ever saw you again, I would cut your throat." "Well, yes. Do you mean to cut my throat?" "Grab a seat. I can't wait to catch up." And kind of smiles. "I want to know all about what brings you back to my doorstep." And offers a seat up to the table where Rhea would take a seat and make room for anyone else that wishes to join her.
I'm going to tag along.
I
would like
walk
to
up
join
and
her.
stand behind the seat, just
I
sort
was
of
about to say,
looming.
Okay.
I'll just stand somewhere like behind some
I'll
seat.
sit
I'm
at
not
the
gonna.
table.
Okay.
My legs are too short to sit on the table. I'll stand.
He said. Yeah, she kind of at this point says, well, unless you gentlemen would like to lose any more money, you could give us a moment so I can speak with my newfound friends. A couple of them get a little begrudging look on their face. Well, as long as you promise that you don't cut us out completely, I want to come back and win my money back. It'll only be a moment, I assure you. And kind of smiles, and several of them do get up, and again, they kind of mingle around like those that are standing around as well. You see one or two of them go grab a drink. They leave their cards and things on the table as if they're going to return, but they do buy you a brief moment that you can speak in private, and it seems that she can command that sort of authority. And you would see the woman at the table look around at the rest of you. She says, well, I didn't know that you'd be bringing friends when you returned. My name is Triana. It's good to meet all of you. What brings you to my little neck of the woods, and how in the world did you convince her to be a part of it?
I look to our bard before I say anything dumb.
Vanril sort of
I'm-
just stands
I'm
by
just-
the door.
Yeah, I'm just standing there, just listening in, because I don't know these people. I don't know that woman either.
Right.
I've got a charisma of 8. I'm going to talk us into the stockade if anyone lets me speak.
Oh dear lord.
If nobody else steps up, Rhea does say, it was me who asked to come, but we all need to speak with you. Well, go ahead, I'm all ears. I'm curious to see where this is going.
What news have you heard recently?
Oh, I hear a great deal of things. I heard of a fisherman who got his cock stuck in a doorknob. I've heard of beautiful women that pay for my services, and me paying for theirs. I could tell you a great deal of stories. Which one are you asking for in particular?
Something that's maybe a little bit more of a different locale than Baldur's Gate.
So this does have to do with her. I had heard a rumor come around that a certain city has disappeared from the map. If that's what you're referencing, I didn't take it to be true, but now it makes sense. That would probably be the only thing that would ever drag you back to around here, wouldn't it, Rhea? Is the whole world literally has to fall apart for you to come visit? I am aware of it. I have heard, a tale or two. Rhea, again, would you quit with the being yourself? It's bad enough I had to come here. I need your help. These people don't need to know anything. Just help them. And kind of gives a look of embarrassment, like, don't bring me into it, more or less.
That definitely
Says-
rustles my curiosity.
Well, if
I
you've heard
disagree.
these
I think we
things-
need to know everything.
If you've
Yes.
heard these things, you must want to know if you can get confirmation. Is that not true?
I would like to know a great deal of things. I mean, Elturel's never been my home, but I guess it would be useful knowledge. Maybe it would help me in my business. Typically, I'm one for making things disappear, not dealing with things that have already disappeared. But I could possibly use this information. Go ahead. Tell me what you wish to tell me.
Well, we have come a long way, and we have not much. If we were to possibly, we are very hungry. We have spent a long time on the road. If we could possibly have a meal and some other accoutrements, I would be more than happy to tell you of what befell El Terrell.
My goodness, Rhea. You disappear for nearly a year, and you come back begging for dinner scraps? This is pitiful. Listen, he kind of throws a finger up, snaps a little bit. He points at one of the gentlemen that was with her, who was actually paying attention. His name was, I forget, Ulrich. A commoner looking guy. She says, Ulrich, could you ask the gentleman at the bar to begin making us meals? Someone for everybody. We're gonna be here a minute, apparently. He kind of nods and agrees, and goes to put an order in for some food. Rhea says, look, we're not here just for meals. It seems that, not only did El Torel fall, but we are being blamed for it. We were nearly arrested at the gate. We need some place to lay low, and we need information about several people within the city. She says, namely, this Commander Zodge who has it out for me. Or for us, should I say. And, if I would also like to know if you've heard of a man by the name of Fabius come through town, who she seems to be taking still a continued interest in. Says otherwise, we can tell you of what happened to Eltul, and I assure you, you will be able to profit from it. You can always make money off those in need, can't you? And she kind of smiles a little bit at that. No, you're quite right. That was my thought anyway. Well, fine. We'll provide you meals, and you can even stay here tonight if you want. And I'll give you whatever information you need, and I believe I have more than you need. But I need you to do something for me, too.
And what would that be?
Yeah, immediately Rhea with the, I should have known. She says, well, let's just discuss our meals, discuss the situation in El Terrell. We'll get a meal in you. You look like you're a little weary from the road. And we will be able to discuss that a little bit later. She says, I just need a couple of things dealt with, but for the level of information that you're looking for, a meal should suffice. I think that, or the information that you have is worthy of trading the information that I have. But when it comes to providing you any sort of safety within the city, that might take a bit more work. So that's where I'll need a little bit of help. Essentially agreeing that she'll help help you guys integrate into the city back as well. I assume that given enough time, you probably explained the general idea of what happened to Elturol to her or whatever, or...
It is true. The city is gone. Dark rituals we have observed may have been involved in its disappearance. Nothing but a crater lies where Elturel once thrived. It's very sad. But you may know more than we know.
Oh, I do. I know a great deal more than you do.
Guys, do we still have the mace?
I take the mace out of my backpack and I casually rest it on the show it to her by resting it on the table.
Well, would you look at that? See, and I thought you were completely clueless. You've already put together several pieces. This is useful. Though it is kind of gaudy, though, isn't it? Anyway.
We were told that Cult of Dragon was doing dark rituals.
Cult of is right. Dragon, not quite.
what we found was Cult of Dragons was actually being used in said rituals by the people that wield these maces.
Right. Well, it
We
seems
also
that
saw wildlife that had been warped by fire and ash and brimstone.
I don't know about that. That's actually new.
It was definitely infernal of nature, at least
So-
for what I can tell.
Yeah, she kind of thinks about it for a minute. She says that part I wasn't aware of, but it would make sense. Look, I believe that I know exactly why you're here, and that's why I'm playing with you a little bit. I really just want to see Rhea squirm as she has to ask me for my help. But I do know a little bit about the rumors surrounding El Tirel and why some of these events took place. I have made a career out of knowing things. It's what I'm good at. That's how I know this one here. And kind of smiles at Rhea a little bit, who just continues swilling down beer even more aggressively. She says, so you're half right. You are correct that the Cult of the Dragon was those of interest here for a little while within the city. Ooh. Can you guys still hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
I saw the screen flash there for a second. I was just making sure. Okay. Cool. Yeah, she says the Cult of the Dragon was a bit of a concern for a while. Apparently they had stolen a little bit of gold and caused some notoriety. But if you know anything about Baldur's Gate, then you will of course know that those are not the greatest cultists that ever walked our streets. The typical cultists that we deal with are those of the Dead Three. That is where this mace came from.
Please tell us more.
Oh, well, I mean, what do I need to tell you? The Dead Three. She kind of looks at you like maybe you should know. I tell you what, actually, let's go with
I have
Alejandro. Anyone that's proficient in history or religion. Give me a roll in whichever you prefer to see if that stands out to you as anything you know.
I got history.
Yeah, religion, history, either of those would be
Make a roll then.
satisfactory.
9.
Here.
A net 20.
Oh shit, look at you go. Is that your first
Scout.
roll of the game?
That's
Yep.
my first roll of the game.
That makes
Nice.
sense. You asked us who knows something, and the knowledge cleric
The
crits.
knowledge cleric knows
Like, of
shit,
course.
man. Yeah,
Yeah,
Like,
I
no
don't know what we're
shit.
expecting.
that makes sense.
More surprised if you didn't know.
Right. Okay. Well, yeah. So, Alejandro, with a 9, you've heard the reference of the Dead Three, and you know it has something to do with a religious, thing. Maybe some gods, but you don't even really know which ones they're tied to. However, Allie, as soon as she mentions the Dead Three, you are immediately brought to the attention, or to recognition, that she's referencing the 3 gods most closely associated with death, murder, and betrayal. Baal, Bane, and Merkel. If I can pull up these 3 real quick, I'll give you a kind of rundown of each. Sorry, let's do this. The Dead 3. So I don't have them in front of me. I always forget which one's which. Alright, so she says, there's the Dead 3. They're death cultists, is what they are. They're kind of sad, in my opinion, but they typically like to throw their lives away in pursuit of a grander death or reincarnation of some sort. It's all very odd. But there's Bane, the Lord of Darkness. There's Baal, the Lord of Murder. And Merkel, the Lord of Bones. The Dead Three together They form the pantheon of those crossing into the afterlife and returning from it, typically in a terrible way. Either direction you go. And yeah, so like as far as all of this goes, if you rolled a natural 20 on that stuff,
I got
that,
this.
yeah,
I
you
got
would absolutely know that what she says is 100% true. You know, that these three deities are each tied to different areas of death. Bane is a tyrannical oppression, god of tyrannical oppression, terror, things like that. He is referred to as the Black Hand, and he is all about like, trying to remember exactly how to describe his pantheon.
Who, Merkel?
Just kind of the face of pure evil is a good way to put it. Evil deeds, you know, dark thoughts, all of it. He kind of just rides in on all of those things. Let's see. Baal is the lord of murder and kind of known as like the ultimate god of, you know, not death in general, but forced death. Yeah, murder. Fuck, that's what I'm trying to say.
Wrongful death.
Yeah. Horrible death, right? And then there's Merkel, the Lord of Bones. Now he's a little bit more, he's a little bit more on the side of, you know, both crossing over and then coming back. He's more into the necromancy type of thing, right?
He was a necromancer.
Yeah. Merkel was definitely the necromancer type. But yeah, I don't want to get into too much. But you'll surely unravel more about these three as they go on. But yeah, she says the cultists of the Dead Three have been in Baldur's Gate for some time. It's strange that you weren't made more aware of it. I did hear that Eldar Ravengard had made his own personal journey to your little city before it fell. She says he would have known. Can't believe he didn't tell anyone.
He did come to the city, but like I said, they were expecting Cult of Dragon.
Well, I guess that is also to be expected as well after what happened to Greenest. Either way, the Dead
What
Three
happened to Greenest?
and the
Wait
cultists
a minute.
thereof have been kind of a blight in the neighborhood, honestly. They have been performing rituals and sacrifices. They've been actually rather active lately. Usually they tend to stay to the shadows. But with Aldar Ravengard being out of the city this last few weeks, I've heard of multiple murders. I can only assume that they are tied to to that cult. And but yeah, that's what she would say at this point. As far as that goes. And what was the other two questions? Shit, I forgot. Oh yeah. She says, as for your Thaddeus Krieg, I am also aware of where he had made his way into the city. I can't swear that he's still here, but I did hear that he had come into the city recently. I tend to know when people of influence or power make their way through my gates.
So he's in the city, you just do not know where in the city he is.
Well, see, that's why I said that I would need something more. I will listen to your... I like your story of what happened to the city, and it's more details than what I had. But I can tell you that I know these things, but if you want to know where they are, that's a greater cost. But I can tell you, since I feel that we're going to become fast friends, that I should be able to pinpoint the location of your missing high priestess, or high priest. I can even probably point you in the location of some of these cultists, if you wish to pursue that matter any further. But, I mean, the city's gone. What are you going to do for it now?
We'd at least like to know exactly what happened. And all those people just winked out into existence. There must be some way to, balance the scales.
Well, if you in my business, you would know there's no such thing as fair. But I can appreciate your altruism or whatever you call it. Either way, I feel dirty saying the word. She kind of tosses it off. I think I could help you. I will tell you where you can find these cultists. I will tell you where you can find the last person I know of who's seen Thaddeus Krieg. And I can also make sure that I can smooth over with as many guards as I am capable of, that they won't be bothering you while you're within the city. Now, as for the commander, there's not much I can do for you there. He's a bit of a blowhard, and with the recent events, he has become ever more emboldened, but he's not often one to be out on patrol, so as long as you stay off his radar, you should be fine.
Is there anything I can do for you in form of repayment?
Oh, absolutely. That's exactly what I said. I do have a job that I need done. See, the reason I'm here tonight isn't to listen to the lovely singing or to enjoy the company of these degenerates, but instead I was told that there were some people looking for me, and I wanted to make myself available. And when they come looking, I want someone to make sure that they don't keep looking anymore. I have a group of pirates. There you go. You seem to be a very good boy. You want to do some good in the world. They're pirates. You can kill them for me. They seem to be under the impression that I either owe them money or some debt. I'm not sure which. It's hard to keep track, but they wish me dead, and I wish them dead.
Imagine you wouldn't pay your debts.
Can I roll
Such
inside?
an upstanding lady as yourself.
Right? Of course I would.
Does-
I don't owe anyone
Can I-
anything. They all owe me. It's kind of
Can
the
I roll-
smile she makes. Yeah, you can absolutely roll insight on this.
Yeah.
Let's see what we got here. 19. So based on what she is saying and the way she is saying it, it sounds pretty... You're getting a pretty... Oh, I heard another roll come in. 9 on Alejandro. You know, maybe a little bit hard to read for Alejandro. You're not used to someone being so forward, right? Usually when people are lying to you, they do it by lying to you. She does it by telling you the truth. It's kind of a weird way of going around it. But yeah, so what you would get, Vanro, is that she's being rather honest with you about the pirates, that they want her dead and she would prefer them dead. But as far as like her owing them money, yeah, she probably owes these guys or screwed them over in some way, you know what I mean? And now they're coming looking for revenge is the immediate gist that you get, you know. But she's, you know, she is telling the truth that they are pirates. She'd even go as far as to say they're all murderers, terrible people. You'd be doing the world a favor. You seem like the hero sort. You could be doing the world justice or whatever it is that you live for.
I would need to confer with my friends about this, and I turn to the rest of the party.
Feel
What
free
do you
to
guys
confer
think?
all you like. I will be here. And by this point, by the way, food has been brought out to you. Like, there's a whole meal being brought to the table. Drinks are being poured, things like that. You know, it's not like the whole kitchen staff comes out, but the guy that she had asked to go get things does begin making his way back and forth slowly, seeming as if, you know, at very least he's willing to serve her. The rest of the people don't even seem to acknowledge your guys' existence as far as that goes. But you do have, you know, she will actually take a moment to intentionally stand, walk over to another table, and begin pouring a glass of wine to give you a moment to speak with your friends.
So, what do you think?
She She
As
dances
far
around
as
the
it
truth.
comes to her story about the
I-
cultists of the Dead 3, I can tell you that that is the truth.
She does seem to like to dance around the truth. She gave us
Please. She is in the business of dancing
exactly.
around the truth.
I didn't
The
expect any
question
less,
is,
but
the
go
question is,
ahead.
now that we know we're being played by like fiddles, do we just go ahead and kill some pirates?
We
We
may
could
be
at
a
least
good.
gather information out of them.
She may be a very, very good resource within the city. She knows the city. It would be good to have her
Bilgo,
as a friend.
Rhea told us specifically not to trust her. I think whatever deals we make with her should be paid off in full up front.
Rhea still being there among you would say, it's not that you can't trust her, it's that you can't trust that if you're around her you won't get drawn into whatever bullshit she's dealing with. It's things like this. You come to a dinner and now you're fighting pirates in a bar. She has more trouble than she's worth, but she does tend to speak the truth. I will give her that much credit.
So you think we need to start killing pirates now?
But that's the
Or
thing.
what?
Who are these pirates? If we kill them, who's going to be upset in the process? If we make a deal with her and make an enemy of some pirate king, we aren't coming out in the positive.
That is true. But the Pirate King is not in Baldur's Gate.
I don't actually know if there's a pirate king. It sounded
mean,
cooler in my head.
pirates hate everyone, it sounds like. Having
Don't
them
all
hate
pirates
us
have a
doesn't
king?
seem that bad.
Yeah.
Maybe they have like a pirate vizier.
Whoever it is, it could be worth the risk for the information we can get from the parties. Both from her and the pirates. Who knows what they're willing to tell before we deal with them.
Rhea would again kind of chip in. She says, as far as pirate kings or affiliates, from what I know, mostly, whoever survives, survives. That's what makes them pirates. They don't have much loyalty to other than their crew. It depends on who they are, I guess. It does not mean that it's free and clear, but I know that loyalty runs thin amongst that type of people. And she actually kind of has a burning look as she's staring down what's her name? Terina, when she says it. You know what I mean? Kind of like, their only interest is in themselves, and then they can't be trusted to have your back when needed, kind of deal. Yeah, she would look right at Terina and say it with a bit of disdain.
All right, pirate murdering it is apparently.
Would be fun.
Kill some
It's up to
fools.
you.
Well,
I mean,
let's see what happens when we're out there. If we can try to get them away, scare them off somehow, then maybe. But this is what's
If we're
needed
gonna be-
for this.
If we're going to be murdering pirates, sorry, I keep talking over you.
I know it's fine.
If we're going to be murdering pirates, I'd rather get their money too. Otherwise, what's the point in murdering pirates?
I don't know. I feel like killing pirates is its own reward.
Yes, yes, very cool.
If we kill these pirates
too.
for you, we will take the spoils.
Yes.
She did.
Honestly, you can keep whatever they have. I don't mind much there. I guess my real prize in this is my freedom alone. So if you want to have those spoils, I think I could throw that in as a bit of a bonus. I will even tell you they will have a ship. If you ever need means of a good ship, they do have quite the nice one.
How many pirates are we talking about?
Well, at least from what I know, there was 5 that are part of the main group. There's typically a crew that runs the ship for them. I believe, another dozen. But I don't believe that all of them will be coming knocking at my door. Only the ones that are in charge, so to speak. It's a simple favor, I think, I'm offering you all the information you want, and all I'm asking in return is that you make some bad people go away. I think that's a good deal, don't you? And you get to keep their gold, and the ship, and whatever else that you want that they have. I don't care. I just want to make sure that I don't have them interfering in my business anymore. Like I said, it was a simple misunderstanding. I don't know how they ever saw me as their enemy, but to have them removed would be a good benefit for me.
Is that the exact wording of the deal you'd like to make with this?
I will give you the information you need about Thavius, about the Dead Three, and where they might be found, and in return, you kill anyone that tries to kill me. Tonight. Of course, if I asked you to do that always, you'd never go home.
And the guards?
I can do the best I can with the guards. Unfortunately, like I said, Commander Zorn is a bit of a pain in the ass. But as far as the rest of his guards, I can tell you a quick way to deal with them, and I will even go as far as to speak with those that I know. If you have been around Baldur's Gate for more than a day, you'll quickly learn the guards are easily swayed with coin. The Flaming Fist are not proper guards to begin with, they're mercenaries. And with their commander out of commission, they're lawless. They're as bad as the criminals that walk the streets.
So where does one find these pirates? Specifically the ones that you want them to look
Oh, I
at?
believe they'll be coming here to find me.
How would we know them?
I am sure they will make themselves quite known. If they're anything like I recall, then they will be rather easy to spot. She says, like I said, I've had my fair share of dealings with these type of people. Rhea would actually pitch in again and just say, cut the shit, Terina. Who are they to you? I don't know what you mean. Who are they? They are my former crew, so to speak. Well, I was with them for a little while, and they didn't like it when I left and went out on my own. Now I get it. There you go.
I mean, that would have been so much easier up front if you just told us that. They're still coming after you because you left, or is it because you took something?
Well, a girl can't spoil all of her secrets, can she? Either way,
Fair
they're
enough.
dead. If you're going to kill them, they'll be dead either way. It won't matter.
Well, we have food, we have things to eat. There's no reason for us to leave at the moment. We can stay and we can put the guard out for these pirates.
Agreed.
That is fair. She says, in
I'll
the
get next
meantime,
time.
enjoy yourselves. The night's still young. And by the time you guys came in, like I said, it was like midday, things like that. She says, I intentionally put myself in a public place, so if they came knocking, anyone that dealt with them would be within their rights to return the favor, to knock back, so to speak. So, enjoy yourselves, relax, hang out, and if anyone does come to bother me, you can deal with it. If they don't, you're off the hook, free and clear, and I'll still give you the information that you want. If I know these gentlemen, they will be here. As soon as I made myself public this evening, I'm sure they knew where I was.
All right.
Sounds like we have a deal then. Good. Good. Well, let me see. As far as the information that you want, let me go ahead and give it to you. As I said, I'm a woman of my word, and if they don't show, then you're free to go, but I have a feeling that they will be here. She says, as far as the rumors go, I heard that Thavius Krieg came in by the dark of night in the Van Thamper wagon. A wagon known only to the High Duke, Lady Van Thamper. It's a hard word to say. Van Thamper. Vanthamper. Van Thamper. I'm trying to find her first name, if I can find it, but for the most part, she says High Duke, which you would know that Aldar Ravengard was also a High Duke. Just a little bit about the politics in Baldur's Gate. There's several High Dukes. Each kind of have their own, it's, what do you call that? Like a collective of 3 or 4 people that kind of work together and each of them get to hold that title. It's really about who has the most money and power, and if you have enough money and power, you can claim yourself to be a High Duke. And she says that this Van Thamper is in charge of a great deal of the Flaming Fist. She's part of the reason they came here. Honestly, I thought she was the one that killed Aldar Ravengard as he disappeared upon her request. She was the one that pushed that he attend your little meeting. But I don't want to give away too many secrets. But I will say that, my little spies claimed that he arrived by night in the Van Thamper's wagon. As far as where you can find her, she should be very easy to, you can ask anyone in the city, they'll tell you where the Van Thamper estate is. That's easy enough to find. Now the Cult of the Dead 3, on the other hand, they are a little bit harder to find. But if you wish to track them down, I do have that information as well. She says there is a bathhouse on the upper side of town that is owned and operated by the Van Thamper family. And it turns out that also happens to be the last known hideout that I was given information about. Apparently they have a location under the basement somewhere. So it seems that the two things you're most interested in may have some affiliation to one another. It seems whatever breadcrumb you're following is taking you somewhere. But you can speak with the cultists or the Van Thamper. What is her name? God, I wish I knew it. I think it's like Eilena Van Thamper, and she will be more than happy to, I'm sure she'd be more than happy to tell you all about her cult dealings. She says sarcastically.
Alright.
Question. Would I know about this family since I've been running with the Flaming Fist for a bit?
Oh yeah, actually that's a great point. Yeah, you would have probably seen this woman. By the way, her name is Thalamra. Fuck me, this name. I'll post it in the chat because, like, I can't even say Van Thamper properly. I've heard it pronounced about 1.5 billion different ways too. There you go. Oh, did it post?
Oh.
There we go. In the Roll20 chat. So her name is Duke Actually, so I think that's it. Is like Eldar was the High Duke, and the rest of them are just dukes, right? I always forget how these things kind of work. He was the main one, but yeah, Duke Thalmara Van Thamper, and she owns a bathhouse, a place of bathing, for people to go and pay to bathe. In the upper part of town, and she claims that that's where this cultist of the cult of the three, at least one of their known hideouts. She says there's probably more around the city, but considering you were asking about this Krieg person, I would assume that's probably the one you would find the most interesting. She says if you ever need more, I'm sure that there's more people I have that need killed, and I can tell you about the rest.
At that point, Venril just sort of walks out towards walks out of the room, just walks over towards the front door, and sort of just stands against the wall, not wanting to be a part of that rest of that conversation.
Fair enough.
I'm just writing away in my little book there. I'm just making notes all around because
Tons
I
of
want to hear
information.
everything. I want to know all of it.
Right. Well, this is one of them situations where I'd hope to be a little bit more prepared for this, but without my notes on hand, I can only do so much. But yeah, so yeah, she pretty much informs you that this Duke Thalmara Van Thamper had, it was her family's coach wagon that Thavius Krieg was last seen arriving in, and was taken to the Van Thamper estate. Where they're kind of home within the city. As you were asking, would you know this woman? You would have seen her at least once speaking with the captain, Captain Zorge or whatever. Just because she kind of is one of the dukes, and he kind of works for her. As far as that goes, she also gave you the information, just to recap, that she had formed a petition with several other dukes within the city, encouraging that Eldar Ravengard attend this meeting and try to smooth some peace between the cities. Right? And if you guys remember from your very first night, when you were speaking to him, that was kind of the idea that you were given, was that he was trying to do this not because of his own interest or care, but to try and cause more of a political agreement between the two cities. And that this may have something to do with why. But she would even go as far as to probably tell you, she says, this Thalmara Van Thampa, from what I can best be told, not only is she giving these people a place to hide out in safety underneath of her own bathhouse, but I believe she's been using them as her own personal militants. Using, she needs someone to disappear or something to go wrong. These people are willing to do it for the right price. They're just as bad as the Flaming Fist. Welcome to Baldur's Gate. There's not an honest man in the city. Well, maybe you, and she points to Alejandro. Apparently.
You are too kind.
It was not a compliment. You're a fool if you're honest in this city. It'll get you killed. You and your friend that can't stomach to handle the heat in here, taking his little stroll outside. I fear for you. This is a dangerous city with dangerous people. I hope that you're as tough as this one is. And you would actually hear Rhea step up. That's enough. You leave them be. We've agreed to your terms and you've given us the information. I wish to not have to discuss this any further. And she would also kind of stand up at this point, you know what I mean? She does grab her plate. She's like, I'm still hungry. But she stands up and grabs her plate. And she says, it was good seeing you again. I hope you do well. Now, when we have killed your pirates, I assume that we won't have to worry about any further incident from you? And she says, no, not at all. That's all I needed. It was good to see you too, Rhea. Even though You did even though you did kind of leave in a hurry, I still did miss you. And Rhea just walks away, at that point. But yeah, you guys have the bar to yourself. You can ask local patrons around if you want to ask any other questions or whatever. But yeah, you kind of been given free roam of this tavern, just told to stick around at some point. There's probably going to be some pirates that show up, looking to kill her. So you guys actually have the opportunity to maybe, since you have an advanced notice, you can set that situation up any way you like,
Vanril's over by the front door, kind of like in that little corner near the between this room right here, like this whole area right. Do it. Like right to the left of the front door.
Okay.
With he sort of has that cloak that he got from the one guy, just kind of the hood up, just sort of leaning back against the wall there, still with his cup in his hand, just to sort of look like he's still sitting there just drinking, just waiting along the wall.
Yeah, absolutely. Just kind of posted up, keeping an eye on things, and
Right by the front door.
People don't tend to pay you much mind, but one thing that you would notice, even without trying, is that as you're kind of just sitting there surveying the crowd, some of her words kind of stuck to you a little bit more than maybe you had realized they would. But when she kind of said something to the effect of like, everyone here's a criminal, everyone here's a crook, you know what I mean? There's not an honest man in the city kind of deal. You're looking around at a lot of these people, and the typical patrons that you would see in an Alturian bar are priests, you know what I mean? Paladins, guardsmen or farmers, things like that. As you're looking around here, you definitely see a lot more dock workers, things like that. But you definitely see a lot more scars, people that are wearing bruises and scars, and you can definitely tell that this is a much rougher place. When two people have a disagreement, you would imagine that it immediately, eye patches, that's another great one. You would imagine that disagreements around here don't go over easily. They're not debated. They're dealt with blades and blows and things like that. So it is definitely a rougher place.
Is the music stopped?
Yes, the music has stopped, by the way. Yeah, you can absolutely get up to the piano at this point if you would like to.
I'm not going to get up to the piano. I'll take my lute out and I'll go next to the fire and I'll start a rousing drinking song.
Okay. You can begin playing your lute, and immediately you do see that it catches some attention. Several people start to even kind of, not mockingly, but jestingly dance. You know what I mean? Like, they're not jumping up and moving to a dance floor. But you see a couple of them, hey, there we go. Do a little bit of a wave or a dance, kind of as they kind of get into the vibe of something a little lighter taking place.
I
I'll
get a
be
16
crazy
on my
enough to try and
performance.
attempt to dance.
Awesome. I was just about to ask, how good is it? 16's pretty damn good. It's probably caught over half of their attention, and they seem to be interested. Every time music starts, you notice that there's almost a wave of everyone looks around, and then when they realized it was you, there was almost a bit of a relaxation. Like, oh no, it's not the thing. It's not the song. It's not the elf. But then they do actually listen and begin to get more enthused again, but as they hear the music continue. You can probably see a great deal from your location too. So where you're kind of posted up there, if anyone were to come in or anyone were to cause any trouble, you'd be able to see pretty well from your vantage point.
Okay. And I keep an eye on the door while I'm playing.
Gotcha. What's everybody else doing at this point?
Attempting to dance.
I'm trying to figure out if there's a way we could rig a trap of any kind, but I don't see a way to do that without injuring patrons.
Right, yeah, there are definitely still a handful of normal patrons around here as well. I mean, if you wanted to try and do it elsewhere, but You said you're trying to dance. Do you have a performance check that you can make me? I want to know if you're any good at it.
Better than expected, I guess.
Yeah, shit.
Oh,
There's 16.
Hey,
I'm clumsy as shit, but that I can.
I'd say with the fact that they're the same number, like you guys are in sync. You know what I mean? At this point, you know, people almost wonder if she's part of the performance. That's for sure. You know, it's a highly entertaining situation, and a few people actually do throw out like a couple of coppers and silver pieces. Just they move over as you're kind of sitting near the piano, and they sit them on top of the piano. You know, as kind of a little tip for the music, things like that.
Nice.
Let's see. Numo and Maxwell, what is it that you two get into? I know you said something about possibly setting up a trap, but what are you guys up to at the moment?
yeah, I can't think of any way to set up a trap that wouldn't harm other people. So
I was gonna
Where are you
ask, where's Tariana in this?
She's back at the table. I mean, she didn't go anywhere. You know what I mean? It's kind of the Rhea that stepped and walked away. So I mean, if you wanted to stay there and talk to her, she had no opposition to it. But it just seemed that she had given the information, you know, and maybe wasn't appreciated by all members of your party. You know what I mean? So she just let you
Right.
guys wander off if you chose to. You know. Rhea and her definitely, I mean, it's pretty obvious there's some tension between the two, but you're not quite
I
sure
would
how
like-
Rhea is tangled in with her, with alleged ex-pirate, but, you know, apparently they have some history.
I would like to just set a bag of ball bearings like right by her chair.
Okay.
So if anyone goes over there, like she could probably just kick it over and spill them all
Huh?
over.
Okay.
Or I
So-
guess it could just pre-spill it.
I was gonna say, there's
If
still
she's not
like,
getting
so
up.
if you guys stood up and walked away, several of the other people that she was playing cards with made their way back in. So like, there's people milling around and stuff still too. But yeah, if
Okay.
you wanted to do something like that, it's entirely up to you.
Well, it's right by the doorway, right?
Let's see. So let me switch. I gotta switch between screens. Yes, correct. So she is actually sitting right here, kind of at the head of the table, more or less. Let's see if I can drop a pin for her.
I think how we can rig a trap. Maybe like a rope on the door.
Hmm.
Oh, people are going back and forth though. Yeah, that's kind of hard.
Yeah, the bar is still lively by all occasions. Like I said, you guys came in middle of the day, 4 or 5 o'clock. The way she made it sound is more or less like this will probably be an evening occurrence if they show. You know what I mean? As with any bar, it gets rowdier the later things tend to go on. But she had said her general idea was that she probably doesn't hang here often, but since she wanted to be found, she came to a public location. This way, if these guys do try to start anything, hey, they came after me. You know, kind of occurrence. You know, she was playing it smart as far as that goes. But yeah, that's the problem though, is there is still people wandering around, and it is a very public location. I mean, there's just as rough as some of these people look, it is just by all means a a kind of jovial atmosphere. You know what I mean? Things like that.
Right. I guess I'll stand just behind a counter, or I can dive for cover if I need to, but also be nearby. Well, where's my token here?
You might have to drop
to
it
drag
onto
it.
the map.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm thinking like, oh gosh, I didn't realize how big I was.
Oh my.
Yeah, this
but, you
map's a little oversized, I guess.
Well,
If it helps a little bit here, I'll help you guys out with that. Might make this a little weird, but there you go.
There you are. Wait, you still mean mine?
Yeah, I just shrunk everybody down a little bit.
Honey, I Shrunk the Players.
Do we also rest over our journey?
Yeah.
As far as that goes, yeah,
Right.
you especially like from last encounter, as far
Last
as that
session.
goes. Yeah, there's you've had time to rest, you've recouped all your spells, all of that stuff.
Perfect. Yeah, I guess I'll just kind of stand around.
Okay.
Maybe buy one of these other tables and just look like a patron.
That works perfectly. Yeah, you post up at some point. You like I said, you overhear conversations. People are talking. There's lots going on. You can kind of tap into some of the conversations that you hear that are going on around. People are milling about, playing a variety of different games or eating meals, whichever. But something does kind of stand out. You would hear one person at least say, I'll bet my last copper piece that the so-called refugees are just scouts. They're forming an army and preparing to attack Baldur's Gate. I've got an idea. At least that's what the gods are saying. You would catch another person say, the Flaming Fist is decapitated. Captain's already started bickering over who should be in charge with all our Raven God gone. And one last person say, well, at least with Raven God out of the way, who'll be the next Grand Duke? You think it'll be Thalmara? I don't know. Just different conversations you end up overhearing. That Thalmara was practically born in the sewers. She's more vicious than a swarm of rats.
I'll chime in agreement to these guys. Be like, oh yes, Dalmara. She would be quite the Grand Duke, wouldn't she?
Be only if you want your eyes gouged out for every time you need to pay taxes. I've heard some terrible rumors about her. She's a good businesswoman, but she's quite cutthroat. From what I understand, there's been several people that she's dealt with that never did come back to the city, if you know what I mean.
Oh yes, but I mean, who's actually better?
I personally vote for myself, but I don't think I'd gather the support. Otherwise, I don't trust the lot of anyone in this city. Well, there's
The problem with
Liara
Baldur's Gate.
Porter. I did hear mention of her. I guess she's making her way back to town. Something to do with her uncle.
Her uncle, you say? Who's her uncle?
The Porters are a big part of the Flaming Fist. They may not be they may be hired thugs, but they've kept the city cleaner, I will give them that. There's less trouble since they've been in town, and I appreciate the fact that if you need to get your way around, you can offer them a couple of pieces, and they'll typically leave you be. But I've heard this Liara Porter made quite a name for herself in Port Nyan Zaru. Someplace down to the south, an island somewhere. But her uncle here, I can't remember his first name, but he's one of the more influential members amongst the Flaming Fist here. I guess when Aldar Raven God went missing, he sent for his niece to help take the position. Odds are that she will at the very least be in charge of running the Flaming Fist around here before long. Some guy sitting next to him was like, I don't care about the politics. I just hope that they get somebody to deal with all these rats we've been having down in the lower city. I mean, literal rats. I saw one the other day as big as a dog.
Oh yes, rats, they're a nuisance.
bad enough.
Like in the streets?
Yeah, apparently. The lower city is a kind of a rough place. You know what I mean? Yeah, I forget. I don't know if they have it on the map or not, but there's like the upper city, the wide, and then there's the lower city, and it's essentially where all your poor people live.
Yeah.
I'm kind of out of interrogative questions too, by the way.
No worries. Yeah. No worries. No worries at all. So one last interesting piece, since this did take longer than I had hoped. I thought we might make it a little bit further, but that's on me. You know, as you're finishing up your song, Alejandro, all of you would catch something that stands out. As Alejandro kind of picks that last power chord and lets it ring out with a resound, a nice harmony that echoes through the bar, you actually would hear a still voice come in quietly at first and then raising slowly, and you begin to hear a commotion kind of begin, and whispers and hushed tones, people shushing each other, and then a quiet falls over the entire place. And Alejandro, I'm sure at this point you're just like, what did I do? Did I do something wrong? You know what I mean? Because it was right at the last moment of your song. But something about that song seemed to have rung out, and you begin to hear a lullaby almost being sung in the most beautiful elven accent that you've ever heard. Do you know does anyone here know Elvish? Not Elvis, Elvish.
I do.
No.
I would say if you're an elf, you should have Elvish by default.
Yeah.
Yes, you would.
So
You
should
would
have elf.
definitely have it.
You
Yes.
should, but it's not a.
Really, either way, you have it now. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I
no,
think
'cause, yeah.
You
that's-
should.
It's part of your racial abilities. I think even half elves speak Elven.
Yeah.
But as you begin to hear it, you begin to hear the ghostly voice that everyone had been talking about, singing a song in Elvish, and you would actually even hear see the bartender that had mentioned it previously, that's been very busy throughout the night serving drinks and polishing cups. He stops dead in his tracks and takes a moment to listen as the song begins to come in. And you would hear a song in Elvish that begins, "Oh, sing a song of Elturel, of waters, woods, and hill." And you begin hearing the song. I know it has a name to it, if I can just find it here. Let's see. Check the companion for two. I believe the name of the song is Sing a Song of Elturel. Is the name of it, and it's like I said, it's sung in Elvish, and it does tend to catch several people by surprise. You would even hear, some rumors, or not rumors, but whispers going around that that's not the song that it usually sings. That's different tonight. I've heard it 3 times before, and that's not it. Are you sure that's the ghost? Things like that going around. But as the song begins to swell and make its way through, you actually hear a whole quiet fall over the bar as some of the people within the tavern start to think things through about what they're hearing, you know what I mean? And realize maybe it's more than just a story from that place over there, and something that really is happening, you know what I mean? They're getting a bit more of what you are, where you were there, it impacted you, you know what I mean? Things like that. So you actually would see at one point towards the end of the song, as you would look over, that the bartender has a tear rolling down his face. Before he wipes it away and kind of goes back to polishing a cup, pretending as if he didn't do it. You know what I mean? But it does change the whole kind of somber mood of the crowd as far as that goes. From what went to be kind of light and funny, you definitely see people starting to think things, get a little heavier. Let's see.
Does the song end?
It does, yeah. The song does kind of come to an end, and it seemed to have almost fell in line with what you were doing. Did you continue to play, or any of that?
I play the song that I've been working on that tells the story of what happened to El Terrell that I was
Nice.
working on the way to Baldur's Gate.
As you begin to sing, every ear in the bar is listening. Initially, they were kind of looking at you at one point, wondering if this had something to do with you playing the song, or if you were going to join in with it. You know what I mean? I was kind of curious if you would. But you wait patiently and let the song finish. It's like I said, it's more almost like a nursery rhyme, or a what do you call that?
A short story, like a forewarning.
Jingle?
I was thinking what a mother would sing to her child, putting them to sleep. There's a name for that. I said it earlier, and now I can't think of it.
Lullaby.
Lullaby. Thank you. Yeah, it's very short and simple. It's only a couple of bars long, so it doesn't take more than a couple of seconds. But you do see that people realize something's different. You know what I mean? And as
I
the
got
song
a,
ends and you begin yours, you have
I got
every.
a crit on my perform.
What is it?
I
That's
got
a
a
hell of
crit
a
on my
performance.
perform.
Nice. Super nice. I was going to say, even without the roll, I was going to let you have this for picking that song at this moment. But yeah, to roll a critical on top of it, even better. Yeah, not only did this kind of stop everybody, they were already enjoying your music. They were having fun in some light mood. But at the end of this, as this kind of lullaby comes through, and then you begin playing your song, you have every ear at attention. You would even at one point, if those of you that could see it, would notice that Tarina, is leaned back in her chair just enough to where she can peek out the door to see what's going on as you begin singing the song of the fall of El Terrell. So it went from a song of El Terrell to the fall of El Terrell. And it definitely has an impact on this crowd. There is a great number of people. By the time that you bring it towards a close, everyone in the bar is more or less just staring at you. And where the idea may have been to keep a little bit of a low key, you definitely haven't done it in this place. But you don't see any, guards on hand, so it should be okay. But at the last moment, as someone's, as you finish, you hear a small smattering of applause that begins to raise, and you actually see a couple of wet eyes around the house. You know what I mean? People have, been moved by the song. So it definitely had its the impact that you want. But at that exact moment, that's when you hear a kind of poof as the door pops open to the tavern, and you see 8 motley humans sauntering their way into the tavern. The leader of which, a brawny man with a cloudy right eye, a cruel sneer, and a pirate's swagger. The others are most certainly of an unsavory, rowdy bunch who act as if they own the place. And immediately comes in, and you see that the bartender kind of immediately approaches, says, still wiping a tear from his face, you know what I mean, as he's moving towards them. Gentlemen, can we get you something? Ale, whiskey, what would you like? The man replies with, well, I was hoping to find a livelier crowd, but I guess I'll take a whiskey if you got it. What happened in here? Did someone die? And he makes his way kind of to sit down at the bar to further proceed and say, we're looking for an old friend of ours. Says the dead-eyed man. Says the dead-eyed man. He takes a big sniff in the air as if almost trying to smell his friend out. He said, goes by the name of Tarina. Or at least so I'm told that's what she goes by now. Loves to cheat at Baldur's bones. sure you've seen her around here. Does anyone want to make a couple of gold pieces? Anyone that can give me her name would earn a round of drinks on us. And he begins kind of, you see like the other guys are just like grabbing drinks off of other people's tables. You know what I mean? Making themselves at home really quickly. You know what I mean? You see one of the other guys walk up to someone who's eating a potato and he just grabs the potato and takes off with it. You know, like these guys are obviously the dudes that you're looking for.
That's rude. Give the man his potato back. You can't be taking his potato.
I'll take a man's potato.
Right?
But it is 12:30. Well, it's 12:24. Do you guys want to call it here? Seems like about around that time. I know it's we didn't get into near as much as I had hoped, but we were kind of running a slow game tonight with all the issues. But if you want to, we could go ahead and call it here as these guys approach and begin calling out anyone in the bar that could give them the name of Tarina or the location. Numo, from your position, you definitely see her slump down in the chair and like just turn casually and begin, you know, kind of hiding her face in the corner. Like, nope, not here. She just begins pouring a glass of wine with her back turned to everybody else, trying to make herself small and unseen.
I'm still good to go if everyone else is.
That's up to you guys. That's
I
entirely your call.
draw. Oh, I'm still good to go.
Everyone,
Sorry, what's that?
Everyone good?
Alejandro is good.
Okay, yeah. If you got another 30, we can go ahead and deal with these guys now.
Hell yeah.
Okay, cool.
I'll just
That works out.
I'll move a little bit closer towards that room where she's in, just to, you know, be in that area in case of.
Yeah, they try to go in
Yeah,
there.
yeah, absolutely. All right, let's go ahead and do this then. Give me 1 second here. Let me switch my map over. Make sure I'm on the
Because
same
I'm already
map
in
as
that
you guys.
area, so I'm just moving a little bit.
Yeah.
Right,
Also-
yeah. So we're all
also,
gonna
I think
stick
you
to
forgot
this
my,
one side of it.
Because
Yeah,
that way I
thank you for my
have,
token.
I have a sight on her and a sight on, like, these fucking potato stealing pussies.
Potato stealing bastards.
Well, you don't take a man's potato!
The drink's okay. The potato, what?
Like,
what
come on! Like, how to piss off the cleric? Take a man's potato.
Alejandro is kind of pissed that these guys have like ruined his
Yeah.
his applause.
Yeah.
He's not happy about that.
Yeah,
And
they
he
definitely
will
just barged in on it, for sure.
he will literally he will challenge them and says, "You brutish buffoons, how do you not be so disruptive in barging your way in here? This is a good establishment. I am highly offended at your actions."
Like, as tiny as I am, I was like,
Okay.
you took someone's potato!
That's fucking funny.
Maxwell is
I would
going to raise his
also-
hand and say, "You're looking for her name?"
I am looking for a woman named Tarina.
You forgot my token.
Oh.
Just a heads up.
I say, "Well, I might know the name she's going by. What's it worth?"
What's your life worth?
Well, not as much as this name's worth to you, sir.
Meanwhile, you hear the other guy go in the background, who had grabbed the potato, walk up and casually step right in front of you, who had mentioned something about eating it, and he just begins stuffing the entire potato into his face. He walks like right up nose to nose with you and just starts cramming it in. There's just potato falling all over the floor. The other guy, you know, you hear, I think this guy's a wise guy. I think he knows who we're looking for. Maybe he should just show us. things like that. You're kind of getting everyone else in the bar falls still, starts to pick up their chairs and slide back from their tables like they're ready to take a step out of anywhere. It's becoming increasingly obvious what's about to go down in this bar, and the patrons are trying their best to get out of the way.
I'm just looking up at this guy with my tiny ass fucking statue while he's munching that potato.
Oh yeah, that's right. You're like 3 foot tall. He probably got. You know what? He probably got way down and then does it over top of you to where you got potato falling on you.
Was it? Grab my token.
I'm sorry. Did we lose yours?
Yeah, I was just saying, it's like.
Where did it go?
Oh dear lord.
That's weird. Either way, if you ever need it, just drag it out of the
Can I haven't used this in a while.
thing. There you go.
Oh, there we are.
Yeah, you can go. You can go into the journal tab and just drag it out and drop it on the on the map. Yep.
Oh. I sort of walked.
I probably did it somehow when I was resizing them all. I realized it was off kilter, so I went ahead and dropped the grid size on the map to where it fits now. But give me 1 second. I will go ahead and start our combat tracker here, and we'll go ahead and roll initiative.
Yep. Yeah, so I walked up behind the.
Obviously, just they're here looking for a fight, and you're willing to give it to them. So.
Yeah, was it as I was going up, it's still cloaked.
Mean.
As he was still cloaked, he sort of walked up to the one that's by this table by himself. Just like sort of. That was.
Absolutely. Yeah, I will say you have kind of a. God, I wish I could see my screen. Give me a second. There.
I'm just looking up at this guy and being like, why?
Yeah, he just like, you got a problem with the way I eat potatoes? I like potatoes. And he just keeps cramming it in his mouth, just dropping potato all over the place. Why don't you give me your potatoes?
Can I slap it out of his hands?
Oh yeah, that might be the inciting moment, right?
Yeah.
Is when he just goes, "Why don't you give me your potatoes?" And you just smack it out of his hand, and it's like the scuffling of chairs that you heard, they go silent again, and then they scuffle faster. You know what I mean? Like, shit.
There's a little tiny.
Smack that man's potato.
Right. This little clerk just like smack.
You definitely hear one guy. It's like, "You can have my potato, sir. Please just don't hurt us. Please take him."
Don't give me your potato.
Vanril, if you could give me a stealth check, even though you didn't say anything about stealth.
Yeah.
These guys walked right past you. Roll it with just give me a flat roll. Well, it's up to you. Are you trying to sneak up behind him?
I'm still sort of cloaked, just sort of walking in that direction. I don't know if it's as much.
Flat roll then.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I have disadvantage with chainmail, so would that just flat roll still, or?
Take a flat roll. I'll give you the advantage, and we'll call it a day. Yeah, because you're walking casually. 13? Okay, I just wanted to get an idea. Figured I'd check. I don't think he notices that you're there, but let's roll to find out. Just since they walked right past you.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to resolve all that before we get into initiative. That is, yeah. He does not notice that you're there, so as you walk up behind him, he's completely unaware. But let's go ahead and roll initiative now. I got the initiative tracker up. Make sure to select your token, like click your token where it has the little box around it, and then roll initiative using your D&D Beyond character sheet, and it should start auto-populating on my side if everything works.
I swear, my initiative is perpetually terrible.
Oh my God.
Show off.
Mine's worse this time.
I
got a
rolled
2.
like once and shit.
Sariel's killing it tonight. Look at her go.
Yeah, until we get into the fight, and I roll all
Make sure
one.
it puts me in at 9, because I had that roll 2 things all the time on.
That's interesting. Honestly, you're the only 2 that did that too, aren't you? No, you're the only one? Where's Max at? I can't see him on the screen.
I'm all the way over by the bar.
Yeah, he's by the bar.
Oh no, I meant your initiative.
Oh.
I was
Oh,
seeing
it's
if
a
there was
4.
anything different about it. For some reason, it didn't put
Okay.
Max or Numo in the tracker, but I got you. You know what I mean? That's not a problem. Like, I got it.
That's sad. I 100% have my token highlighted.
tracker.
Yeah, that's why I was just seeing if maybe there was anything different, so I knew what it was. But either way, you rolled a 4, right? Yeah, 4.
Yes, sir.
And then a 9. Yeah, again, it's probably just the stupid program, you know, like it's trying to use Roll20 and D&D Beyond and everything else, you know.
Sweet time to walk over.
It got most of them though. That saved me a lot of time. I only had to ask 2. All right, so let's go ahead and get in this. Let me pull up the combat tracker if I can see it. I'm having to I don't know if I can see it.
Maybe the 2 just slowly walking over.
If I open it on this computer, maybe.
Tumbleweeds go flying by.
Imagine
there we go. Aha.
Look at that, it worked.
I smacked this poor guy's potato out of his hand.
Did you just smack my tater?
It wasn't
That
yours.
sounds like it should be a euphemism.
It's not
definitely a
yours.
euphemism.
You took it from the poor man.
Let's see, where do I put this? Where it's on the screen. I'm trying for us, guys. Let me go ahead and switch over to our map too.
She has like the attitude of a goddamn.
There we go. God,
And
tonight
we're
is
here.
so rough, man. I apologize. I gotta wait for it to pull up on my screen so I know if it's in the right place. It looks right. Is everybody out in their box the way they're supposed to be? That was the the real question.
Yeah, looks like
No
it.
comments.
Cool.
I think so.
Hers a little bit on top of the other one, but on top of her token, but that's a layering.
Yeah, it's something I'm
No,
gonna
it
have to
looks
fix. Like I
fine.
said, it was things I
fine.
was gonna do right before we started, but then my thing set fire.
Yep.
All right, cool. So we got it in initiative. Let's see. To the very top of the initiative is actually the one whose potato you just slapped. Right? No, it's the one,
No, it's the one next to me.
It's the one next to you. I was clicking on the wrong one. I had the wrong one highlighted. Yeah, so the one right by you, you would see that he goes to reach into his belt and he starts pulling out a knife, but because you are completely unnoticed to him, I will let you have surprise round on this one guy if you would like it.
Okay.
The others
Yeah.
may still know you're there, but as far as this guy, I would give you surprise if you want to react to him pulling out a knife.
All right, I'll attempt to attack him, and that's a 10.
Okay. 10 with a longsword?
Yep.
Did
Try
you
to
roll
swing
with
down at him
initiative because you have surprise?
Oh, yeah. I forgot. I can
Like-
roll twice. It's advantage.
Yep.
Let me. Okay, that's a bit better at a 15.
15. 15 will definitely hit this guy.
All right. So since I have my, I'll get my shield out while I'm doing that. Swing down with one hand, which does 8. You know what? I will use one of my 2 for smite on this first one, just to start it off with a bang, quite literally.
Just gonna smite the shit out of this guy.
Yeah, just to start the first one off with a bang, quite literally. Where is
Nice.
it?
Right on.
I smite thee.
Where is my smite? It's somewhere here.
Smitten.
Here we go. Wait, no, yeah, here. Add an extra 13 damages on top of that. So a total of 21 damage.
Okay. 21 damage. How do you destroy this guy? I mean,
As
you can cut him down any way that you want. As you see him reach for that knife, before he even gets it clear of the holster, you have this man cut down.
Yeah, he's here to reach for it. All you see is this. Make sure everyone now knows he's there. All you see is the longsword just glow a bright, like radiant light as it just slings down into him. Just his face just like into his neck, like halfway into it, so the light kind of shows up through his face, out to everybody.
Nice. I like it. Yeah. Immediately that right there is enough to catch everyone's attention at this point. Anyone who wasn't already out of the way is definitely getting out of their chairs and running. at this point. Let's see.
El's scared shitless now.
Goonie asking for intimidation.
Yeah, let's say it definitely would have worked on this guy for sure. As far as everybody else, they were kind of in their this is probably their zone, man. You know what? Go ahead and roll an intimidation. Let's see how well it works.
Yeah.
This is kind of their thing, though. Like that's the
Oh, it's an
same
8.
type of shit
Yeah.
they would have done, minus the
They're not
explosive
phased.
fucking radiance. Let's see.
Yeah, they do not care.
Yeah, it's not that it's not impressive to them, but this is just what they do, right? Like,
Yeah.
this is their day. I can't see shit on this screen. I'm trying to see through the fucking whatever the hell it is. I think we got it. It's all good. Okay, so yeah, you immediately cut this guy down though, just right off the bat. Like he went to go pull a knife, he was going to be, try to be sneaky about it, and he had no idea that you had walked directly up behind him and you cut him down. After that though, you would hear the main guy that had walked up to the bar, this dude, just take a look in your general direction where you had just cut his friend down, and he would say, "Oh boy, did you just fuck up. I'm gonna take Tareen out of here, and then I'm gonna take you." Music's too loud, sorry. Let me thank you guys. I don't know where the music came from either.
just music. Random
Like,
music in one of the.
I had my
tabs.
ambient thing on or whatever, but like I don't know where the music part come from. If I'm being honest.
I choose to believe that guy said that in character. It's like, I'm gonna mess up your day. I'm gonna end your. Hang on, I can't hear a thing you're saying. The music is too loud.
Bard, quit making so much noise. I'm trying to talk shit over here. Yeah, hopefully that's a little bit better. I turned it down as best as I could. I'm trying it here. Let's just go ahead and stop that. And I'll start this.
It's a teacher not to steal potatoes.
Yeah. It's just too hard to-
Yeah. Potato thief.
I love the ambient noise, but it's just too hard to deal with. I don't think I'm gonna get anywhere with it. Sorry, guys. But yeah, anyway. He says, "I'm gonna make you pay for that, boy, and then I'm gonna take you and Tareen out of here, and I'll kill you both."
Vandal just sort of chuckles at him as he just kind of withdraws the blade.
Nice. Let's see. He's gonna march right up on you, actually. I think that's his best course of action. 2,
Going
3.
went right by
Tareen,
little,
you're about to get
artificer.
your stupid friends killed! Come out here! And he charges at you. I know you're here! Sorry, I'm trying to get to all their shit. Fuck, I hate working. Dude, it was bad enough I was working on one screen on the main computer. Now I'm working on even one screen on the alternate computer. Holy shit. Anyway, he's going to make 2 melee attacks at you. Sorry, 3 melee attacks at you. He pulls a blade off of his hip and begins trying to just like he is a very large, muscular looking dude, and then all of a sudden just speed out of nowhere that you wouldn't expect, with a ferocity that you wouldn't expect. Like, dude just comes out of he goes from 0 to 100 instantly. So let's see. Here's our first attack. That's going to be 16.
misses.
Then he immediately comes in with third. That is a 20.
That hits.
And another 16. So he
And that misses.
pulls out this blade and he tries to come in with a backswing first, which is something that throws you off guard. It almost nearly hits because it's something you're not used to seeing. Somebody that, typically someone would approach with a forward cut. You know what I mean? He comes in as he pulls this thing off of his left hip. It's, a bent, curved scimitar blade. He almost uses a flourish to try and cut you. But you're able to dodge out of the way, but not before he's able to bring it back with a speed that you weren't expecting, and hits you for 6 points of slashing damage as he cuts into you with the blade. He then tries to do it a third time with that same backwards move, but you're aware of it now, you know what I mean? Now that you've learned it, you can dodge it even further. But he does get 6 points of damage as he cuts you with a scimitar. And he says, "You foolish boy, you should have just stayed out of your, minded your own business. We aren't
probably
here
should
for
have
you,
stayed away.
but now I want it." You know? Let's see. Sariel, you would be up next.
I'm just looking how far away everybody is.
No problem. Just trying to fix stuff in between everything else. Okay. Let's see.
So I would move up to here because I think that's as far as I can get.
Okay. Yeah, you can move up to 30 feet. Let's see.
Yeah.
So you had the guy right in front of you, right?
Yeah, I was right here.
Just throwing it out there. If you walk away from a guy that you're already in combat with, they get an opportunity attack because you're essentially turning your back on that guy. I mean, you're more than welcome to do it, but I just figured I'd double check because he will get an opportunity attack if you do that.
Yeah, because I'm trying to calculate
No
my
problem.
distances.
Yeah, if you want to put some distance between you and him or whichever, that's fine.
And I could just take him on, but I don't know if that's the bright idea here as a cleric.
I mean, it's not like you don't have.
I mean, true, he did take the man's potato. Okay, he took the man's potato. You're completely right there. He
I
took the
like how
man's
you
potato.
say it's not like you don't have, and she's like, "Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
it's
right.
like-
I have a good reason. He took
Yeah.
the goddamn potato." You know what I mean?
And then shoot it in your face.
Alright, that brings me to the next one. Is he in touching distance? I mean, I assume
Yeah,
so.
yeah,
but-
dude, he's right in your face. Like I said, he was
Oh,
leaned
fuck
over
that.
you. Said, "Give me your potatoes, kid."
Poor guy. I want to see
Poor
if
guy.
I want to see if I can touch this poor bastard with inflict wounds, since he's standing right in front of me, anyways.
That would be something that you can do. I need to know what type of attack or spell save he needs to make.
I think inflict wound.
It doesn't tell me. It basically tells me to make a
If you,
melee spell attack.
Oh, okay. You make an attack roll with inflict wounds.
Yeah.
That's right. I couldn't remember.
Yeah.
Yeah. In that case, go for it. If you want to go ahead and click the whatever D&D Beyond bubble it gives you there, it'll roll it for you.
Yeah, it would be probably a d20 to see if I can hit it first, right?
Well, yeah, you have to roll the spell attack, which is right before where it has the damage.
Yeah, wherever right where the spell is, it should be giving you one of the same D&D or those Beyond 20 red die symbols or says cast or something. Should just be able to click that and it do all the work for you.
Yeah.
There it is. Cool. Holy shit, 23. Where do you touch him? Is my question.
In his face because he took the man's potato.
So this is
and since he's like halfway bent over, I can touch him like very.
He's gonna die. If you want to describe it, you're welcome to do so. I was gonna take the liberty, but if you want to lay this out for us, what it looks like, by all means.
I'm just gonna be like, put my hand on his cheek and be like, "Don't take a man's potato," and then just like let the fucking inflict wounds just spread over him, and be like, "This is what happens if you take somebody's potato."
Right. So yeah, as he leans down over top of you and he's giving you this, disgusting grimace that he did, he said, "What are you going to do about it? Won't you give me your potatoes?" You just kind of lean forward and you slam a hand onto his face, and you watch as he kind of like he's almost restrained in some weird way he wasn't expecting by the force and power of this attack. And where your hand is touching from around his face and mouth, you watch these black veins start to bubble up and boil in his face as if he was just poisoned by something noxious that rips through his bloodstream with rapid speed. You watch black arteries and veins start to spiderweb across his face and down his neck as he chokes and gags on this potato. You know what I
And
mean?
let me be honest, while this happens, I am giggling my butt off over there.
God, nice. Yeah, you guys were like, "Oh no, cleric, we're gonna have to worry." Yeah, she just fucking face rotted a guy. That's what I'm saying. She just one hand to the face. Don't touch a man's potato. One man ought not touch another man's fry.
Yep.
Yeah, folk hero. That's right. But yeah, as you're just the longer you hold it, the more black the veins become, and by the time you release your palm, there is just nothing but rot stricken into his face, like he has just suffered some horrible affliction. And with potatoes still half spatting out of his mouth, he collapses to the ground, and you just step out of the way as he hits the dirt.
Is this tall as fuck guy just fucking crumbles to pieces?
Yeah, that's it. Essentially, you're just like, next. You know what I mean? All right, who else wants to fuck with my potatoes? You know what I mean? I dare you. I dare you.
I need to excuse me for just like a minute. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no worries. You got a little while before we get back around to you anyway. So let's see. So after that, it is Alejandro's turn. This guy is also dead.
Okay.
Jesus, you guys are going to make short work of these guys. It was listed as an incredibly deadly encounter. It said deadly after I added the second bandit.
Yeah.
Or like the main one and then 2 more bandits, it said deadly. There's 7 more of them. So like,
I mean, it just depends on how we roll.
yeah, it's cool.
Alejandro
Maybe roll.
draws a dagger and his rapier, and he's going to attack this guy.
All right. And that is the one that was right. Yeah, okay, gotcha. Yeah, absolutely. You just gonna just rush straight up on him?
Right.
Okay. Yeah, feel free to roll whatever you need to roll there, man.
Okay.
For whichever attack you choose.
Hit a 17 with the rapier.
Oh yeah, that's definitely gonna do it. No more bad rolls tonight, sir. You know? Shit, yeah.
4 points of damage.
It's potato code for something. All right, 4 points of damage. Yeah, as you come up on this guy, he's just watching as his friend's face just like rotted and collapsed, and he's standing there with this stunned look on his face. You just walk right up behind him with your sorry, what is it, rapier? Yeah, rapier, and able to just immediately slide it in his gut. It does 4 points of damage. He definitely feels the affliction from it, that's for sure.
With
But
a bonus
he is
action,
still
I'll stab
alive.
him with my dagger.
Nice.
Hit a 13.
13 to hit will hit.
There's another 4 points of damage.
All right, nice. Damage, nice. So yeah, you come into this guy for 8 points of damage. Again, you with directness and no hesitation, You walk stoutly up behind this guy and plunge your blade in once, and before he can even react, you pulled it out and plunged it in again. And he just looks down at his own stomach and sees the front of your rapier sticking out of his stomach. But he's still alive, you know? But you see him take that kind of staggered look of a man that's not far from death.
Okay.
Absolutely awesome, man. Anything else that you would like to do here?
That's all my actions.
There we go. That's the music I was looking for. Thank God. Finally found Tavern Brawl. Bar fight!
He just lost his potato.
Well
Nice.
played. Well played. Alright, there we go. Okay. Let's see, who's up next? After... Jesus, this thing's killing me. After Alejandro is that same bandit. He is going to turn around and at least try to defend himself at this point. So he turns and makes an attack back at you. Oh wow, that's a little loud with the breaking glass. Yeah, he's going to make a scimitar attack at you as well. That is only a 6. He tries, as he turns around, he's still holding his gut. He fumbles for a second to even grab the rapier off of his hip and immediately tries to take a swat at you just to get you away. Makes kind of several lazy swings, but you're just able to easily step aside and avoid whatever he's throwing your direction. He is far too injured to do any real damage at this point, for sure.
Okay.
You know, take some of those crashing sounds down. I love this thing, but sometimes it can get a bit loud. I usually try to set them up before an encounter, but again, didn't get a chance. You gonna go play with your potatoes? Nice. Alright, after that guy's turn, bandit here. Oh, let's see. That's gonna be this guy, Numo. This dude slides up right beside you and is gonna try and pull a... You know what? Actually, he's not even gonna slide up next to you. He's gonna pull a crossbow out at point blank range. He's got 5 feet, so he can still use it. So he's just gonna pull out a light crossbow, point it at your head, and pull the trigger. That is a 15 versus your armor class. How does that fare?
13, it hits.
Alright. He does an incredible 7 points of damage. So, like, as you're watching Ciriel and Alejandro,
My forehead.
you know, watching these guys as they're dealing with whatever the situation is, you almost forget for a split second to look to your right, you know what I mean, that this guy was right here, because he was watching that way too. But within just a split second, he pulls this crossbow, levels it in your direction, and pulls the trigger, and it drops an arrow right into your shoulder blade. It may have hit an artery, because it's doing a lot of bleeding. It's pretty intense, but that is the only thing he can do. Actually, you know what? He is going to run after that too. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. He's going to make a run and head towards the stairs, which do seem to head, you know, he starts heading up them and takes cover. He actually stops and takes cover at this point, using the stairwell kind of to aim this crossbow, and you see him reloading it. Let's see, after that, we have these two at the bar. What are these guys going to do? They're going to gang up on Maxwell.
I haven't even drawn a weapon yet.
My bad, man. I feel bad. I'm like, shit, I'm ganging up on Max again. Here we go.
It's inevitable.
let's see. Yeah, right.
I
So
did just see a 4.3 little thingy just like smack somebody in the face with a potato, you know?
Oh, great. You've corrupted the good name of the midgets in this place everywhere.
I
Yep.
know,
You're
right?
welcome.
So both these guys make attacks at you, but they are not used to fighting guys your size. You can tell that right away. As one takes a swing, it goes far too high, and you're able to easily just duck right underneath of his attack. The second guy comes down lower, but you're out of the way before he can even swing this lumbering swing that he makes. Neither one of these guys are capable of even coming close to landing a blow on you, and you have your chance to retaliate immediately. So how would you like to retaliate?
So I'm going to sigh and say, well, we could have done this the cool way. We could have done this the fun way. I'm going to move over to here, which is going to trigger fun attack of opportunity.
Okay.
Unless he's skipping
see.
it.
So let's see. Yeah, that would definitely trigger one attack. There we go. That's gonna be a 12 versus armor class. So again, you just dive and slide between the dude's legs. He's not even able. He's so worried about cutting his friend's balls off, he can't even get a chance, man.
Now I'm going to pop up here and say, I guess I'm not going to get to do the incredibly amazing pun that I had thought up before you guys just started flinging potatoes at people. And then I hold up the tankard of ale, finish draining it, and then I say catch and cast catapult on it before launching it at this dude.
Nice. Yeah, absolutely.
So
There's a whole handful of tankards on the bar too, man. There's plenty of things you can hurl at this guy. Does he need to make a save, or do you make an attack roll with that attack? I can't remember.
He gets to make a dexterity saving throw against the 13.
All right. Dexterity save against a 13. Not these guys' strongest suit. He rolls a 15. So he does actually dodge.
The fun part kicks in then, because in catapult it continues to travel in a straight line. His friend here now gets to make the dex save.
That's what I was just about to ask. Does it have to continue to work? Nice, I like it. That, on the other hand, is a 6. So as this guy is watching you and sees the mug fly out of your hand, he's like, easily dodges out of the way and actually giggles as he does. Right about then is when you hear the other guy ping behind him as the dude just watches his buddy's head move out of the way and a mug come flying and smack him in the face. I like the camera shot on that where you're the guy in the back. You know what I mean? You just see the buddy step out of the way. It's like, oh shit. Yeah, this dude absolutely takes one in the face. What is 6 points of damage? Is that what you said?
No, he takes 21 points of bludgeoning damage.
Holy shit. Yeah, he's dead.
There you go. His head.
That's the 13 guy. Yeah, he's dead. So you cave his skull in. Actually, I don't think there's much skull left. It just kind of there's a sound with a splattering at the end of it, and there's nothing left of whatever skull he had, man.
As he topples over, I'm going to pick up a second mug off the bar, drain whatever ale was in that one, and hold up and say, "You want the next one?"
No, thank you. He definitely starts to step back and realize maybe you're not as easy of a target as he originally thought you might be. Let's see. Anything else that you wanted to do on your turn, sir?
Nope. I'm exactly where I need to be. About to get my face pounded in by a pirate.
All right.
Catapult is great. Catapult spell is great.
Numa, you're up next, my man.
Right. Gosh, just got shot with a bolt in the head.
There go your memories of high school.
All right.
That arrow must be in the way, man.
Right.
It used to be adventure.
I am going to kind of roll away here. Just like sneak under the table.
Hells
And
yeah.
stab this guy in the back.
Like it.
And hopefully be short enough to use the table as cover. But
Oh, yeah, you absolutely
importantly,
attack this guy.
we're gonna attack this guy. So I'm gonna use my
And-
sword.
It's not advantage, but if you hit, you will get sneak attack because you have an ally.
Okay.
And 15 is enough to
15?
land a blow.
Okay, so then first hit. Be a sword. Do I add sneak attack too, you said?
Yeah, because you have an ally on the other side of him. Anytime that you're fighting a guy that one of your friends is also in melee with, as long as the other guy's 5 feet away too. An example
Oh,
here,
hang on,
you
and
know
I'll
what I mean?
auto-
You get your sneak attack. So yeah, you get that. Is that audio
Okay,
too loud,
so
guys? I
3
keep trying to tune
piercing,
it down. It
sneak
doesn't even
attack.
seem to be changing.
I mean, it sounds okay. I can still hear you.
I'm just
I
gonna
think.
I'm gonna turn it down a little bit.
Yeah. I think it's better. And then, yeah, so that was 9 damage, and I'll make a second attack if he's still standing.
Okay. Yeah, he is definitely still standing, but you definitely do some serious damage to him. Let's see. So that's going to be 17. So it was 9 damage total. 17. This second attack also lands. So you come back in with the short sword again. Yes, he's got his full focus. Nice. To 9 twice. Same roll. That's yeah, that's weird.
Okay.
Oh wait, no. Sneak attack wouldn't be on the second one, so it'd just be a 3 on this next one, right?
I think so.
Yeah, that's
Right.
right. Yep, you're right. Let's see here. So yeah, but like I said, both attacks land, and you end up doing 12 points total to this guy. It definitely hurts him. This guy doesn't go down as easy as the rest. You can tell why he's the captain, right? This dude's a lot more sturdy as you kind of sneak up, swing in under the table behind him, and just reach up and plant 2 of these short swords directly in his back. He lets out a scream, as these things stab right next to his spine. He lets out a scream of pain, but he just immediately swats back as the blades come out, and he is still furious and looking to fight. So let's see. He's not out of the battle just yet, that's for sure. Is there anything else that you would like to do on your turn?
I think that is it.
Awesome.
Yep.
Fine, I can sit again.
All right.
All right. It looks like Vanroll. Is that right?
Yeah. I remember I had to surprise, and then I had
Surprise, that's right. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
You've already attacked. I was trying to figure out what was going on there. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
absolutely it. You're right. Yeah. So if you want to
So-
go ahead and take your turn, man, go ahead.
And so as he stabs down to him, I take a swing, trying to hit him, and that is a 10.
10 is not going to be enough to hit this guy. He's a
Nope.
little bit too quick and can sidestep out of the
Yep.
way faster than you might expect. Is there anything else that you have that you can accomplish on your turn?
No.
That is unfortunate, sir. All right, there we go. So yeah, you take your shot at him, but and this is the same guy. It's kind of at the same moment where Numo stabs him in the back, and it's actually that immediate spin around of scream and wail as he's flailing around that throws you off. You know what I mean? It almost makes him change position just enough to narrowly avoid getting any serious attack from you. You clatter a little bit of the sword, drags across his coat, but not even enough to leave a cut in the fabric. And let's see. After that, we go back to the top of the initiative round, if I'm not mistaken. So that would put it back up to... that guy's dead. It would put it back to his turn. He is going to immediately take a look at both of you. And kind of, trying to look in front and in back. You motherfuckers! I'll kill every one of you! Tarina! I'll kill you little pets! Get down here!
Wolf.
And yeah, he's gonna take 2 shots at Vanril. Well, actually, let's go and roll these up here real fast. Let's see. Okay. So he takes his first shot at Vanril. That's a 21 to hit for 3 points of damage.
Yeah, it hits.
And his second is a 20 for 7 points of damage. So
That hits
10
too.
points total as he cuts into you. You see him come through, and he pulls at this point. You didn't, maybe this is how he did it the first time, or didn't notice it the first time, I guess. But he pulls a second scimitar. He's dual wielding now. He's going ham on it. So he comes in, and with one overhanded over the other, it's almost like a sweeping spin move. He comes in slicing down on top of you, and within a single swipe he comes down under, carries the blades through, and tries to use both of them to cut at the ankles and feet of Numo standing behind him. And that is going to be a natural 20 on Numo as he follows through with both blades. Like he takes one and then the other overhand at you, following right through at Numo for 11 points of damage. Numo, are you still alive? Or should I say, are you
Fine,
still
alive.
conscious?
I'm not conscious.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Alright, so as he comes down and cuts through, he went to go low to take out your legs. He forgot he didn't know you were a halfling, I guess. And he ends up coming in right across your chest and torso and rips you open. The blood pours out onto the floor. You can actually hear it as it's like dropping a bucket of water on the floor. The sickening splash would definitely catch your attention, Vanro, and you know something terrible has just happened. On the other side. Let's see. There we go. Let's take a look. After that, that is his... Let's see what else he would do. I think at that point he's going to actually try and roll out from that direction. Put himself in a better place. And he is going to try and navigate around you. And puts his back to the door. Let's see.
Then for an attack of opportunity.
No,
he
because
moved
Numo's on the floor.
around. I always hated this type of thing because he as long as he doesn't leave the area, he can still get away with it. But it seems a little silly. But no, he wouldn't have drew opportunity attack on that one. I'd considered it at first, but he really just wanted to be on the other side. This way, he had less enemies to his back. Now he's just got one of you, you know what I mean? But that would be his entire turn, is just turning his back as far as that goes. Sorry, who's up next? After him...
I think it's our cleric.
I gotta remember to move this thing in order. Yeah, after him is Sariel. I kept forgetting to click the turn or next turn button, so I didn't know where it was. But yeah, our cleric would be up next.
I assume I have a pretty decent line of sight on
You can see
what just happened.
all the things that are going on in this room. And yeah, it would be hard not to hear the kind of sound that Numo just made, and then the wet pouring sound of his blood hitting the hardwood floor. Pretty obvious.
Let's see. I can't make it all the way to him, but I can make it at least halfway.
Nice.
I think.
Do you have healing word?
No, I got something else. I have a plan. I have a plan.
I have a plan. Attack.
No. We're gonna be nice-ish.
I'm just like,
Just don't touch the
touch me.
potatoes.
Don't touch the potatoes.
Whatever you do, don't let her touch me.
Maxwell, launch potato.
So I'm gonna
No.
like.
I don't have any potatoes.
I'm gonna move past Alejandro to go in that position that I wanted to go in earlier. That wasn't the best move that I could make. Meaning I will just slide in between the two bad guys and just kind of stay in the middle of them, but just
Right.
far away from not to be touched. Yet.
Gotcha, no problem there.
Let me see. Let me read some. Alright, so he's unconscious, right?
Which one are we talking about?
Numo.
Numa, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I thought you were asking about one of the guys. Yeah, Numa's unconscious.
They
Yeah,
are
still
not
alive.
a psychopath at this point.
Yep, Numa's still alive, but unconscious on the floor.
Alright, so here comes the real question. Even though he's unconscious, if I were to channel divinity, preserve life on him.
Yeah, as long as it's just preserve life, if I'm not mistaken, is the one that you can just dump so many hit points into him, right?
Yes, I can dump 10 hit points into him as long as he's within 30 feet of me.
Yep. Yeah, you can absolutely do that, and it will work.
And that's an action, so I can do that after throwing a spell.
Correct.
No, it'd be a bonus action. That'd be after a spell. Right?
So let's see. What
We're looking.
are we talking about?
Dang.
I'm pretty
I
sure
thought you
it's
were
a
a
full
knowledge
action
cleric.
for that.
This still has. You still have
the
healing spells and knowledge.
Funny thing is, there, not actually knowledge domain, just a knowledge cleric. You know what I mean? It's more
Oh, okay.
more backstory than
yeah.
anything. Yeah.
Oh man, I was so psyched to get a knowledge cleric, and I'm like, I'm gonna get to see one in action. Like,
Oh,
oh,
you're gonna get to see something way better and way worse at the same time.
Yeah. No, we went with
boy.
or she, should I say, went with the actual life domain. This way, it was most useful for healing. But then filled it in with nothing but all the other archetypes for the knowledge domain. It's a pretty cool build.
interesting.
Yeah, so she's got like sage, and stuff like that for background. It's pretty neat. Check out the character sheet when you're done there. I was impressed with it.
So the question is now, is it cast as an action or is it? I think it's a regular action. So either way.
Let me pull up your character sheet here.
Yeah, I think divinity is an action.
It's an action, yeah.
Yeah, Channel Divinity is an action to use. I know that much, but if that's the question.
Yeah.
But it's not technically casting a spell, if I remember correctly. So, like, if you still wanted to do like a healing word after that takes a bonus action, you can do that. I thought that's what you were trying to determine. Sorry. So it's Channel Divinity is a divine ability or feat, but it is not a spell. So you can still do other stuff after it, like bonus action spells, healing word, spiritual weapon, etc.
Alright. I am definitely gonna throw preserve life over to Numo, and I'll actually hit him for a full 10, since he's like on the floor and actually just bleeding out in front of me, sort of.
Yeah, absolutely. So Numo, you get a full 10 hit points back as you come bursting back to life. You kind of wake up on the floor. I mean, it was so quick. You felt your guts be cut out. You looked down and could see your guts literally falling out. As this guy just ripped through you. But as the same time, almost instantaneously, as you hitting the floor, there's a flash of black, a flash of white, and then a burst of energy that washes through you. And as you panic and look back up, realizing you are still alive, you didn't have to follow the light, right? You're looking down, and your wound that had cut you open is knitting itself back together. It hurts like hell. It's excruciatingly painful, but it's also like, you know, a what do you call that, like adrenaline boost that kind of races you back to life and kicks you into effect. So you are still good to go. You can
So I just like imagine my intestines are like noodling, sucking back into my body again.
Yep.
Just
Promise
slurp
I'll
back
never
in.
make that sound on screen again. I apologize. Yep.
Okay.
But
Cool.
yeah, that's
So,
exactly
yeah.
it. Yeah, your intestines kind of suck themselves back up in there.
And then.
But I'm still down, right? Like prone. I mean,
You are, yes, you
on my
are
next turn.
prone on the ground as far as that goes. But you just need to use half your movement speed to get back up next turn. That's how that works.
Yeah.
I'll be
Yeah.
a true disaster, and I'll as a bonus action, I'll smash healing word over him.
Same person?
Yep.
No shit.
Didn't do
Okay.
much.
Oh wow.
Oh, I actually did.
And real coughing up blood.
You'll be fine.
It's
You'll
okay.
be fine.
Take care of him. It's all right. I don't
Yeah.
mind.
Exactly. He'll
I
be
got
fine.
him.
He's tall. He'll be fine.
He's tall. He'll be fine. That's her way of handling things. No, they're tall. They're
Yes.
okay. Fuck that guy. He's on his own.
Exactly.
Anyone under 3 feet, they get all my support. Anyone over 3 feet, go to hell. Go
Did you
eat,
just
go
heal
eat
me?
potatoes, shithead.
Did you just heal me 16 points in one turn?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes, I did.
Yeah,
That's almost all of his health.
Hey.
that is all of his
Yeah,
Yeah,
health.
Besides one.
yeah, I have 17 in total. It's one
Yeah.
less.
That's,
So
Well, I'm not a fighter, so you know.
that's it.
It's a person.
I just like go from
somebody
coughing up blood, and then like all of a sudden I'm just like,
perfectly fine.
I don't know, the blood just sucks back in my body. I'm like,
Yeah. What the shit just happened here?
a little.
Strangest experience of a lifetime, but you're alive. That's all that matters.
Yeah, it was a unusual reaction, but you are okay at the moment and can get back in that fight. So let's see who's up next. Alejandro, you would be up next after that. Siriel, I don't know if you want to take any more movement or anything. I don't know. if
Nope,
you had
I'm
any.
good.
Well, that was your action and bonus action, so I think that was all you.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, cool. In that case, yeah, Alejandro, you were up next, my friend.
All right, I swing a rapier at the guy that I've been fighting.
Okay.
23.
23. That will absolutely hit. If I'm not mistaken, this guy
6
was the.
points of damage.
This was. Yeah, that guy was already wounded, so this additional 6 points of damage is finally enough to cut him down. So yeah, as you come back through with the rapier, this is enough to do the deed and drop him with this attack. Let's see. I think you have extra attack though, don't you? You have like 2 something. Do you do
I'm gonna
wield?
move. I'm gonna move and take a bonus action and take my dagger.
That's it.
Hold on a second. With this guy.
Gotcha. There you go. Nice. So as you cut into the one guy, he goes down, and you immediately move to the next individual, showing no
And I hit a-
hesitation. Things to
I
be
hit
done
a
here.
9. I hit an AC
Wow.
9.
Nice. Oh, wait, it's AC. I thought you said 9 damage. Okay, I see what you're saying. 9 is not going to be enough to hit. I was like, damn,
Okay.
that's a hell of a dagger attack, man. I thought you just had shitload of dexterity or something. Yeah, no, unfortunately 9 is not enough to hit in this case. But, like I said, the first individual immediately went down. He is at least off the battlefield, and this guy has been thrown off by you and Numo kind of tag teaming in here. So he's unsure as to which, or Maxwell, I mean, unsure as to which way to look, but he is able to dodge out of the way of that particular attack. Let's see. Is there anything else you'd like to do, man?
That is all my actions.
Okay. Cool. After... Trying to keep an eye on who's in what order here, since... I hate the way this thing works sometimes. Alright, the guy over on the stairs is going to take another shot. He is going to take a shot at Sariel.
Hi. Sorry.
And he's going to take a shot with his crossbow. That is only a 10 though, so it's not enough to hit, I
Too bad.
assume.
Nope. Not by far.
Yeah, you would hear the crossbow bolt go whizzing past your head, and you're able to turn and look to see just enough of that guy peeking out to take the shot, but he is not able to land the actual blow. Let's see, after that gentleman, we have the guy that just is right here fighting with Maxwell and Alejandro. Let's see, what does he want to do on his turn? Jesus. Max, you're the one that just killed his friend. Alejandro, you're kind of coming into this late. Well, into that combat late, you know what I'm saying? What's he gonna do? I think he would stick with Max, you know what I mean, since you came in
Probably
second. And he's gonna go ahead and take an attack at Maxwell.
Not gonna lie, these people have
That's
had
gonna be a
poor choice in
15.
fights.
Sorry.
that doesn't hit me.
Ooh.
Well played, nice. So 15 goes a little high, and he is not able to catch you. So that is his whole turn, I think. He's gonna kind of move through this way, but trying to, he's just flourishing and trying to attack as he comes through between the two of you, but he doesn't leave the area. Let's go. 13 is dead. This guy.
I feel almost
that
bad
was
for
it.
them.
There you go, Vandal. It is your turn. Or sorry, not Vandal.
Numo.
Shit, Maxwell, right?
And
Did I
Maxwell
get the
just-
wrong one?
Yes.
Yeah, Maxwell.
Yeah. Maxwell. Yeah.
All right.
Well, I said Vandal instead of Van Real either. I was mixing Maxwell and the names.
All right. Da.
It's been one of those days, guys.
Rat. I can't. Oh, never mind.
Let's see.
All right. This only works because I'm kind of on the shorter end. As Maxwell says, "Oh no! You're not leaving here." As he produces the second tankard he picked up, wiggles it, and says, "I think you know how this goes." And I'm going to. It'd be in the same place, but I'm going to move a little bit further down in my square, and fire off catapult at this guy.
Nice.
Oh wow, this roll is way worse.
Ooh, that's not good.
Is there a way to kind of change the angle so you can get both those guys?
Yeah, because I'm shorter, so it'd be firing kind of upwards at him. So once it passes him, it should go flying up towards the staircase and hit this dude.
And it's a dexterity save, right?
Yep. 13.
Alright, let's go for the first guy. First guy rolls a 16. So that's going to go whizzing past him. But we'll see if we can catch the second guy on the way through. That is going to be a
Try to beat him
13.
up that it was coming.
It's 13, and you said it was 12, right?
Is DC 13 for the save.
Oh, yeah, he caught right
just
at
thinks so.
13. So he's able to just tuck his head back out of the way. Actually, he had cover too, now that I think about it. Well, I don't think that helps with that situation, but not when you're making a
Weirdly,
dex
it
save.
doesn't.
Yeah,
It
doesn't
really
work that way,
seems like
but-
it should, but it doesn't.
Right, but we'll say that's definitely the reason why it doesn't work, because as it comes whizzing past this first guy, he's dodged that cup twice. He's getting good at this game. He's like, nope, shit, I saw what it did to my buddy. It exploded his brains. I ain't getting that hell with that thing. I ain't coming near it. But yeah, no, he dodges out of the way, and as it clatters, you hear it just wham real hard, and it actually puts a hole in kind of the drywall plaster stuff that was lining the stairwell as it embeds itself in the wall there, but not able to find purchase. Let's see, anything else that you would like to do?
I am going to move over here. So unless this guy's got owl-like ability to swivel his head, I'm going to make it very hard for him to pay attention to me and Alejandro at the same time.
Nice. I like it. I like it. In that case, I think Numo is up next, right?
Numo.
Yeah.
Numo the briefly dead.
Yeah, you're
Numo,
back to
the
your
once
feet.
dead
Well,
gnome.
getting
down,
back to your
back up again.
feet, you feel strangely invigorated after just having been murdered. But you're feeling a lot better now and able to pop back into the game. So, what would you like to do? Again, do remember like half of your movement speed has been is missing from where you had to stand back up, but otherwise you still have everything else.
Right. Numo just kind of like hops back onto his feet like a bunny or something.
Oh yeah,
Like,
sweet breakdancer.
Well,
moves.
I've never felt better. Thank you, Serial. I see your value now.
See your value
My knee no
now.
longer
Ouch.
clicks.
My knee no longer clicks. Yeah, we had made mention of that, right? The old clicky knee.
Yeah.
There goes
Yeah,
there goes
not
his
anymore.
weather telling mod.
And I shoot her like a little finger gun thing, and wink, and then like I run up to this guy and do the same thing, stab him in the back, both blades.
Nice. I like it. I like it. I like it.
First
You're
attack.
between me and him. You're stabbing me.
Oh, am I? Oh, shoot. Well, that was 5, 10,
Nice.
15. I stab him in the side.
Let's see. All
I
right.
still get, yeah, that's within 15.
Oh yeah, you're
That was
good.
my movement. First one is
Where the hell
11.
are you? Why do I not see you?
It's right next to the captain.
Yeah, I don't know how to get rid of that heart icon from when I was knocked out. Is that the...
Oh, you're under the captain. Okay, I see it. If you ever need to, click on your token and that pops up this little like gear and a circle below you. It's the circle below you. You can put all kinds of icons on your token that way or remove them, etc. You just click on it once to add it, click on it again to remove it. But yeah, it's just a way for you to set status effects or whatever so you can remember like if you're poisoned or not. But sorry, there we go. So he was here.
Okay.
Where were you at? I can't remember where it was. I didn't mean to move your token, but
I was
you
over
were kind of stuck
the
on
one
it.
to the right. Numo was.
I went to the chair.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah, you were
There we
the
go.
chair. Yeah.
Yeah, for some reason it had you under him. I was just trying to make sure. All right, cool. So yeah, you go ahead and make your attack. That is an 11. An 11's not going to be enough to hit unless you have some way to
First
modify
one.
that further. But you do still, of course, have your
I
offhand
can with
attack.
another attack.
22 does hit. That's for sure.
Okay. And for damage on that one, no sneak attack, I assume, but 7.
All right. So, wait. You would get sneak attack still. You
Yeah,
still
'cause
have
it's
an
the first
ally
one that
at
landed.
You
5
missed
feet.
the first one, though.
It doesn't
It
matter.
doesn't
It's
matter.
whichever the first one that hits works.
Really?
Yeah.
Yep. You get sneak attack on whichever the first one that hits. You don't actually have to call that. It's kind of cool. Yep.
Nice.
The idea is that you're always trying to get sneak attack, that stealthy, like precise shot. With every attack, you can just only accomplish it so many times, right? But you're always trying, is the way I've always looked at it. So yeah, whichever attack does hit, the first one that hits that you're trying to do it on, it works. So yeah, you do 11 points of damage to that guy. That's a definite, he's aware that you're there again. He just took these last shots to the back and then immediately takes another 11 as he gets stabbed in this back again. And lets out that same scream, just, "Ugh! Filthy rat! I'll kill you when I get my hands on you!" Let's
Still
see.
standing there, eh? You're a little tough guy.
If your head was a bit taller, I'd take it off. Let's see, where are we at? The initiative. God, I hate having to switch tabs like this. It's killing me. So after Numo, we get 2 bandits to deal with.
I think both of them are dead.
Let's see.
Then it's
Yeah, I think they're both dead, right?
yeah.
All these guys, I don't know why they're still on the map. Dead. This is the one on the stairs, right?
Which one?
14? Yeah, he's still up.
Yeah.
He's dead. Alright, so the guy on the stairs is going to take another shot at Serial real quick.
Wait, what?
Did I get the wrong? Am
We're
I in the
up-
wrong initiative here?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We're all the
I'm
way at the
looking wrong
top.
ones. Yep, you're right.
Yeah.
Those 2 were dead. Van Ril's next, you're right.
Yep.
Like I said, just
With
I got 2 little screens. I'm trying to run 14
Yeah.
tiny little screens. But yeah, you're
with
good.
sort of still ragged breath, he just tries to take another swing at him, and is not going good for him right now. Complete 7 another whiff. He's incredibly injured, just trying to hit the last bit of him, but can.
That's a tough one, man. So it sucks
Yep.
when you can't land that shot. But yeah, you take the
Yeah,
shot,
nope.
and he just keeps sidestepping out of the way of it. I mean, he's having so much. He's able to deal with someone your size. You can tell he fights big guys
Yeah.
like you all day long. You know what I mean? So he's giving you a run for his money. Meanwhile, you're giving Numo though the opportunity to run around and stab him in the back 3 or 4 times, and
Yeah.
it's a shared process, that's for sure. All right. Well, if there's nothing else that you're doing on your turn, any potions or anything? You
I don't have
potions,
any.
I know.
Yeah, I don't have anything.
That's a good point, chat. This guy doesn't have a potion. He could take one
Yeah.
right now as a bonus action if he had one. Just
lit-
throwing it out there. And you could also be helping support to buy my new monitor. Let's see. Go ahead. We're back to the top. The bandit. Let's see. That's 21. Where's he at? Dude, I really hate the way this thing lists it. That guy's dead. Okay. Bandit captain here.
Yep.
Is going to turn and take a swing at Numo this time. He's like, fuck this kid. He's
Thought he
over it.
killed me once.
Yeah. Oh yeah, he was attacking. You're right.
He's not happy because he's like, you warmed the floor 5 seconds ago.
That's right. He does actually have
Hey,
my
thought I
back,
killed
too.
you. Kinda did.
So let's see. He's going to start out with 1 attack, 2 attacks. So that is a 19 and an 11. But the 19 hits for 4 points of damage as he lands a blow on you. So 8 points of damage from that attack. And then he swings around with 1 final sweep and makes an attack roll against Vanril with his 3rd attack. And that's going to be a 17 versus armor class.
That misses. Ooh, that
That
misses.
misses. Lucky you,
Ooh.
man. That would have been enough to take you down.
Yeah.
It was fine. It was enough. It was enough to drop you. Yeah, for sure. Let's see here. We're running
Oof,
late.
my knee
I was
clicks
hoping it
again.
wouldn't be this long.
was me
Serial,
again.
you are up after this guy, so feel free. I didn't think it would take this long to run through. I know the little guys, they only had 10 HP. I knew they were going to go down quick, but this guy's tough. But yeah, Serial, whatever you'd like to do, just let me know, and we'll get you dealt with.
Yeah, I'll just send you something that you need to look at real quick for me before we move anything.
It's a it's so like there's no cooldown on it specifically.
No, that's what I'm
but
looking at. It's kind of questionable. You know what I mean?
well, you need to. It only had. There's no cooldown. You could have used it over and over again, but you only get so many points per day. That's the problem.
Yeah.
It's like if you would have done 3 and 3 and 3, that would have been fine. But since you
Exactly.
used all points at once,
No,
it's
exactly.
tapped for the day.
Because that was what I'm looking at. Because it doesn't really describe that. And I was like, I need to get that written down because I was like, there's no way that how it works.
Yeah, it's a weird thing as far as that goes.
It's a little bit awkward. All right, let me see. Is our tall guy still standing?
Barely.
Oh, that's mean.
Let's see.
Let me see. I would assume I'm in the in enough vicinity of him to be 30 feet. Or do I need to move closer?
Yeah, you got 30 feet worth of movement, so you can easily get to him.
Is my range 30 feet? That's what I'm asking.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, to
25.
all easy.
Yeah.
Cool. Let me have a look. Hey.
Whew.
That's
Ah.
it. Gotcha. All right. I got 2 things I'm gonna do.
Okay.
First things first, I'm gonna try and hit this Captain Potato there with with Sacred Flame.
All right. Sacred Flame on the captain.
Yes.
All right, feel
Which
free
I
to go
think
ahead and
is a
make your
save.
attack roll with it. Or
It's a dex save for 12.
Yeah, dex save.
Gotcha. All right. That is a 17.
Yeah, he makes that easily.
Yeah, he's able to sidestep it. Now, is that... I can't remember with Sacred Flame. Does that stay active? Can't remember.
No, it doesn't. Yeah, no, not that I can see actually.
Okay. Gotcha. I think I'm thinking of a higher level ability.
All good.
Yeah.
And then as my bonus action, I am gonna yeet Sanctuary. Hold on, 1 second.
Yeah, you let me know.
Yeah, I think Sanctuary is an action.
Yeah, I'm looking at bonus action.
Yeah, they'll say, now that was a cantrip, so I mean, you can still do like Healing Word if you have that as an option, or...
Yeah, so both Healing Word and Sanctuary, they're both bonus actions.
Right.
Whereas the other one was a cantrip.
Yeah, that's what I said. If you cast one as a cantrip, you can absolutely still make a bonus action to either Healing Word him and try and give him a little health back, or you can Sanctuary and make him harder to hit. Whichever you prefer.
I'll throw a Healing Word on him on
Okay. Yeah, it gives him a little bit of HP back, gets him back in the game. If you want to go ahead and roll up the roll up the healing on it.
Oh, there you go.
Whew.
That's
There you
8.
go, 8 points. It's a decent little chunk back. They definitely get you back in
Back
the
in the
game.
game.
For sure. All right. So you go from 4 back to 12, and that's, 3/4 of your health back. Let's see. Soriel, so that was your action, your bonus action. Do you take any movement, or do you stay where you're at?
Nope, I'm perfectly comfortable where I'm at, in the middle of everything.
Right, sweet.
Feels it
Alejandro, you're up next, my guy.
Alright,
How does
we'll do-
Alejandro reply here?
Do a rapier. Hit a 12.
Oof.
Okay.
There's a 12.
trying to be quick there and refill my cup. 12 is a miss, unfortunately. Yeah, his armor is a little bit higher than that. But yeah, that first shot is a miss. Let's see, but you still have your extra ability, right?
The keyboard caught on fire.
What is it?
There you are.
I'm lagging shit.
Yeah.
Let's see if it fixes. There we go. It should come back up now. Yeah, there we go. We're back. Yeah, I was sitting there talking. I was like, nobody's replying to me. What the hell? I don't know why the hell it does that, man. It's a new issue that my computer's decided to have. But no, sorry, a 12 is a miss. But you can go ahead and use your extra, your offhand.
Hit a 19.
And that will be a hit.
7 points of damage.
Oh yeah, this guy goes down like a sack of bricks. That was all he had left. Let's see, I'm trying to
Sack
remember
of
which one this
potatoes.
guy is. Sack of potatoes. That's a very good point. That is a very good point, sir. God, I hate the way this thing works. I can't even remember who's who. Keeps re-adding people for some reason too. There we go. 10. Yeah, but he definitely goes down. You end up catching him in the rib cage with this thing and give it that nice twist, and that's all he could take. He's dipped, ducked, dived, dodged as much as he can. This one was the last one he could not seem to avoid, and that was enough to do the job for sure. Is there anything else that you would like to do, sir? Take
Yes.
a movement or anything now that you're out?
Hold on a second.
You did say yes, there was something you were going to do, right?
Yeah, if I can run to the stairs and run up the stairs in a full 30 move. It's only 30 feet.
Yeah.
All right,
You can get
so
to
I will
right
do
there
that.
on 30 feet, yeah. Which will put you at enough of a diagonal to make an attack against him if you want.
I'm not going to try and attack him. I just
Oh, yeah,
go
that's
up
right,
the
because you
stairs.
already used your offhand, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Alright, so that puts you in melee with him. Let's go ahead and see here. Who is up next?
Him.
He is up next, so that, yeah, he's going to immediately see you coming. He drops his crossbow. He almost like fumbles with it in a panicked mode, and then goes to take a scimitar out and try to take a swat. But he's having a hard time on these stairs. I'm not going to give him a real easy challenge with this one. Between switching weapons and then dropping stuff, that can't be easy. Oh, just wondering why it wouldn't do anything. There it is. Alright, that is a natural one. As he comes swinging it through, he comes in a little high, and the scimitar sticks in the wall as he catches the corner, and he's having trouble retrieving it at the moment.
Poor guy. It's not his day. He should stay home.
Not working out for him. That's for sure. And you see him kind of like, oh, shit. Oh, damn it. Cool. So that was his thing. Maxwell, you're up next, my man.
Oh gosh, my usual torture target's dead, so
Yeah.
I'm also all out of spell slots. I can only do that twice a day.
Right. It's a cool thing when you
I
get to do it, though. Only if
can
a real
move over
catapult
here.
was so good.
Yep.
You just make one.
All right. I'm going to ask him a question.
What?
Nice.
Um,
That is an
okay.
18.
Oh my gosh,
that
that's
will hit.
amazing.
But
One
it's only
damage.
1 point
I
damage.
gave him a shaving cut.
Everyone else can hit this man but me.
Can I
It's
channel?
only the halflings. The halfling or the gnomes can hit them.
Can I like borrow my paladin smite for this one?
Right, exactly. Would be nice. But yeah, you definitely hit the guy, but it just doesn't seem to do a ton of damage. As you kind of tap into him a little bit there. At this point, he does, let out a huge, kind of groan or grunt. Not the painful shriek, but this time more of a yell of frustration. Tarina, I swear to God, I'll fucking kill you! I'll kill every one of them!
I scream back, "You and what toenail?" as I wave my axe again.
You and what potatoes?
Don't touch the potatoes!
Potato army. We need a potato emote.
Potato.
I killed.
Did you say you made a secondary offhand on him?
No, I don't have that ability. I'm just waving an axe at him
Gotcha.
and
gotcha.
snarking.
Okay.
Numo.
I wasn't sure. So yeah, in that case, Numo, you're up next. You don't carry 2 hand axes?
I
You just carry
don't have a dual wielding.
Well, let's say you
I don't
can
have the
still...
dual wielding feat. Yeah.
Right, but it's a hand axe. It's a light weapon. You don't need dual wielding to wield or to dual wield light weapons.
No, but I don't get a proficiency bonus, or I don't
Right.
get a bonus, a strength bonus to damage. So
Yeah.
I'd rather keep my hand free.
Yeah, fair enough. That's all I was meaning. But yeah, Numo, you're up next, man. You just see your next friend, your other little gnomish friend, come up and stab at him too. Oh, look at this. Tear him up, dude. The gnomes can hit him all day long.
I'm sitting there just keeping them busy, just swinging at him as they're just running stab.
Mm-hmm.
Hacking at his legs.
You're starting to check your sword to make sure it's not made of rubber or something.
Yeah, it's like
Is somebody give me a fake sword today? What the hell? I swear I hit him, but he doesn't seem to react.
the same
Alright,
6
I wanted to
piercing
see how
and
you
3
would
damage.
hit him again.
Alright, so 9 points of damage, followed up by an additional 7 points of damage. Now we're hurting this guy. That's it's coming in heavy. For sure. So that's a 16 points in total. As you just start carving
13?
this guy up.
I don't get any sneak, right?
Did I Correct, you don't get the
You
sneak
get
attack.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So it'd been 9 on the first, then plus 7 on the second, right? Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, because
cool,
you're still
cool.
flank. Yeah, we're still in the flank,
Yep.
so you get the sneak. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, got it. Yeah, so cool. That is gonna be 16 points total. And he does. He's just screaming in pain as you're just like running around his legs doing this series of little cuts. But at this point, he's bleeding so heavily that it's becoming a problem. There is blood all over the floor around here. Some mixed up with yours, some of his own. It's a mess. It's almost getting hard to stand. And you can tell that he is starting to get weak because of it.
All right.
Well, that's all I got.
Yep.
If that's the end of your turn, let's see. After Numo, that guy's dead. Did you stop it? This guy, I don't even know what the hell that is. It just says monster. So yeah, Vanril, let's see if you can hit this guy this time.
In frustration, he just swings out one more time and finally lands something with a 21.
Nice.
Taking a slash at him and also
Nice.
using his last smite of the day. Because that was only 3 damage. There we go.
Oh, yeah,
For a
tear
total
his
of
ass
14 damage.
Points
Just
of damage.
In frustration, just yelled, "Fuck it!"
It's always that final rage that does the trick, isn't it?
Yeah.
So as you let out this last burst of energy and you're just done, trying desperately to hit this guy, finally as it collides, it crashes in with a sickening crack of like electricity as the radiant damage goes off, and you can see a bright flash of radiant white light that sears his skin as it does. I'm trying to think, what's the total on that again? Shit, what was it?
14.
14? 14 total? That's slashing hand. Oh, okay, I see what you're saying. I was trying to count that 11 in there for a second.
Oh,
I almost gave you a bonus. All right, so 14. Nice. Definitely fucks this guy up. He's not happy about it. And you can see his eyes beginning to dart, or noticeably darting, to see if he can make his way out that door. You know what I mean? He's taking an obvious look for it.
Go on, try.
As he's scared. Yeah, he knows that he's kind of outnumbered and put himself in a real bad situation. If he turns and tries to run, it's only going to be more so. Let's see. He is pretty much stuck there. All right, well, that was Vanril's turn. Anything else on yours, or is that it?
Yeah, that's all I got.
All right, so let's see. Guy at the top of the stairs is going to take his attack, right? Which one's which? Am I not getting the right one? 21.
No,
That guy's
he's
dead.
14.
No, after
He's-
Vanrel, the captain is on.
Yeah,
Dude,
it would be...
I don't know what the hell is going on. Every time I make a full lap in rotation, so I keep trying to delete. Oh, I know what it's doing.
Yeah.
I keep trying to
Back to the
delete these
captain.
guys out of the turn order, and then when it starts a new round, it's adding them all back. I can't delete them from the turn order. That sucks. Okay, I see. That's what. Yeah, every time I'm like, as soon as I see one, I think it's him. All right. Anyway, back to the top of the round then. After Vanril
It's the captain.
is the bandit captain. Yeah, so he's going to take his attacks and start making attacks on all three of you guys. Yeah, this thing's a pain in the ass. So first attack on the one that just hit him. Ah, man, you're not going to like this.
Oh, shit.
He's going to retaliate, and he's coming in with a critical hit.
Whew.
Come on.
Yeah, so he crits for 14 points of damage.
Yeah, I'm unconscious.
Oh, dear lord, my...
He panics, returns the swing, and it lands like just as you're finally like, yeah, I got him. He comes right up under your rib cage and cuts you really badly, and you're not able to withstand that much pain. So Vanril hits the floor. You guys hear that same thud again as yet another character goes down for the time being. He takes a second shot at Maxwell.
Aloha.
Let's see here. Maxwell, that is going to be a 21 versus your armor class for 6 points of damage.
Ow.
Are you still
Yeah.
standing?
Yeah.
Well, I'm still standing. No one's touched me so far.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I
This
thought.
person got hit.
You had stayed out of it. And then one for Numo, since there was 3 of you. Numo, he only rolled an 8 versus you, so you're all right. he doesn't find the ability to catch you. He did too well on the first attacks. He didn't have enough strength left to swing that third time. And that
I wore
is
down for you.
going to make it Seriel's turn. Seriel, you know that he is looking rough. He's looking for any means of escape at this point. Actually, you know what? I wonder if he would try it. I don't think he has a choice. He might try to run. I think he would try to run. It's a shitty thing for him to do, but he would try to do it. He's going to try and book it for the door. So Max and Numo, you each get 1 melee attack at him. He's got like 6 HP left.
good.
I'm just going to be honest with you. So like he wants to live. He's got to risk it. He has to.
Oh.
I didn't get him.
13.
All right. So 13 and a 9 both miss. Seriel, it's your turn next. You have a chance to catch him as he's making his way out the door. What would you like to do? Do you tend to Vanril, or do you try and take out this guy running out the door?
We can always find another paladin. I mean, what?
Just think of what you can
be
learn from
That
this.
is a tough
No,
call.
no. Hold on. I need the knowledge that that lady has, and her thing was to kill these people. They're gonna die. Fuck
I'll be
this paladin. He's fine.
I'll be fine.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move up towards this.
This is Captain Potato.
Yes,
Captain
I'm gonna move up to
Potato,
this.
man.
I'm gonna move up to this
that
potato, and I'll
guy.
be like, "You."
I would pick up the potato that the other guy was eating and bring it with you. I'm gonna put this right up your fucking.
No, I'll need to be nice. I will try and see if I can get close enough to touch him with inflict wounds.
Okay, yeah, you got
Alright.
you absolutely can rush up on this guy with the inflict wounds. You can do so. That's what I was asking. You were about the same distance away, so I was giving you the opportunity to catch him on the way out here. If you want to drop it, you need to make an
I
attack
think I
roll.
just fell flat on my face.
No.
He is, however, just a little bit faster than you, and goes booking it out the door as he runs outside. Let's see, where was it? He was originally here, so let's see how much movement he has. 30 feet of movement. That's all he can do.
Well, he can't go far.
No, he can't go super far, but he can go a few feet outside of that door. That's all the farther he can go. Oh, whoops.
Oh,
Yeah, he can go a few.
Or you'll get an
Kinda
opportunity
stretch
attack.
him.
he blew
What
up.
is it?
Would Serial get an opportunity attack if
Yeah, go for it. I will give you
he
that.
ran through the door after that?
If that's the case, I
The way it
assume
was,
I'm gonna.
technically he was moving, and I was giving her the chance to be the one to drop him, but it's fine. Go ahead and make the opportunity attack either way. Yeah, that was kind of that.
Okay.
Yeah, I was counting her and him at the same time a little bit. Yeah.
I mean, if I fall on my face,
see.
I can try at least while I'm on the floor try to get him with my crossbow
no,
because that's
you can
that's
still
I
make
got.
You can
It's a
still make
melee-
a basic melee though. Go for it. I'll let you have it because he's rough. Like he's not doing well. That's why I gave you the opportunity anyway. He's got like a couple HP left. You know, he's barely clinging on.
Oh, and that's a nat 20.
No shit. Oh shit.
Oh, that's a,
So remind me, does it have to be a melee attack, or is it just a basic attack?
I
think it's a
Opportunity
basic.
attacks are melee, right? Okay. Either way,
Yeah.
it's fine.
think
We'll
it
keep the
does.
roll,
Yeah.
but just
I think-
go ahead and keep the roll, but go ahead and roll
If
your.
you wanted a melee, then I'll just smack my mace after him.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just
yeah,
go ahead,
mace,
go ahead and
yeah.
click your mace real quick, and we'll keep the roll. It's still a nat 20.
Yeah.
We'll just need the other roll to. Okay, I need to know what the damage was. So it's 1d6, so you would have got 6 on the first one, plus 4, that would have been
Plus
10
4,
points of damage. That would be enough to do it. So as you kind of reach for with your
Smack
left
my
hand
mace
to drop
after
the
him.
magic, and it doesn't catch him, you take that mace with that little bit of extra reach and club down on the back of his skull, and you hear that last sound as his skull caves in, and he goes tumbling to the concrete out in front of the bar, and he
Enemies
is
have
dead.
absolutely sprawled down on the floor because I tripped on my own feet.
Yeah.
Bonk.
Now we can stretch him out like that again, because that's the way he was.
Yep.
He just across the pavement.
everyone outside is like, what the?
Yeah, what the
the
shit
fuck
just
just
happened here?
happened?
Yeah, people walking by are looking at you like, holy fuck, that's why I don't go to the bar. You know, you do not go to taverns in Baldur's Gate. Just don't do it. But that
We're used to it. We just walk around.
I'm pretty sure. No, there's still one guy left. Vanril, or Alejandro, you would be up next, and you still have one guy next to you. He has his sword stuck in the wall where he rolled a natural 1. You can make whatever attack roll you make this round with advantage. I do like to do a little bit of, an advantage for nat 1s, you know what I mean?
I'm going to try and intimidate this guy to stop fighting.
Okay, absolutely. If you want to give me an intimidation, I'm down for that.
Interesting.
The odds are not in your favor. You do not have the ability to win this. Yield.
Fair enough. He's a man of honor.
And
With a 10, I'm going to roll against it, so we'll see how it pans out. Let's see. This is against his wisdom to see if he's smart enough to believe what you say. Huh. You guys should see this. How do I share that publicly?
I mean, I can see it on the stream.
It says message has been hidden. I was trying to unhide it, but anyway, he rolls a 9.
Oh,
I don't know, what did I just do? Oh, I fucked up the... Either way, I'm deleting mess. I was trying to unhide. Yeah. He rolls a 9. It works. At this point, he takes his hands off of the scimitar that's still stuck in the wall and puts them up. Just let me live. Let me walk out the door and I'll never bother you again.
Hell no.
Hell no, he's the cleric.
I use my rapier and I cut off his purse. And I say, now you may go.
Ooh,
I-
okay.
Do I get a chance to yell something?
Yeah, you guys are out of combat at this point. Say whatever you need to
All
say.
I yell out, "Leave your pants!"
Leave your pants. Okay.
You must do what my friend says.
Y'all realize that that we have the order to kill him, right? In order to get the information we need.
I mean, yeah, that was a thing.
She
Either
said
way,
that she didn't want these guys coming after her.
so here's what happens. He looks at you like, are you fucking kidding me? My money? And then Max says, and your pants. And he just looks at Max like, man, you guys are dicks. And then at that point, you hear a third voice. And your ship. From Rhea come through. And you hear a slight from Tarina, who comes out of the back room at this point. You can't say she's not ambitious. I do like a woman with a little bit of ambition. It's alright. You don't have to kill this one. But he's not going to like it. And she walks over and essentially says, you heard the man. Give him your purse. Or I'll have him cut you down where you stand. And he hands over the purse with his head kind of down. He knows he's surrounded at this point, right? And your pants, I believe this young gentleman wanted those. He just looks with like this broken look. And she says, they may be honorable. You know I am not. And he starts taking off his pants. Slowly.
We can't take his life. I want his dignity.
I'm just shaking my head through this display because, like,
as he takes them off, he gets like half one stuck on a boot. He falls and hits his arm like shit on the wall. He's like trying to do it, and it's looking worse. There's no dignity left. And then he picks them up and tries to hand them to Tarina, and she's like, "I don't want them." He does. And he has to shimmy across the room to hand you his pants. He definitely gets the walk of shame as you hear the whole bar that's now, those that didn't run out the door are like, oh, fuck, he's doing the walk of shame. We've all been there. You know what I mean? Like, there he goes. He smears across the floor for some reason. He slugs his way over, hands you his pants, and then begins to start walking towards the door. But you hear the, I want to speak with you, from Tarina, and he stops. And essentially, let's see, because we are low on time, I don't want to take too long.
in the meantime, while y'all doing that, I'm gonna take care of this poor lad on the floor.
thank you. I've been gurgling
blood.
blood.
Absolutely. Yeah, you can keep him from bleeding out. I forgot he was down.
Yeah,
I'll be blocking the door.
Yeah, that's a good call. Tarina walks up behind him and says, listen, you have no ship. Your crew is dead. I still need a good grunt. I can always use a knife. Work for me, I'll let them spare your life. But you'll be in my service for the next 1 year. After which, I don't care what you do with your miserable self. But I don't want to kill you if you were trying to run. And he kind of just says, can I have new pants? Yes, darling. We'll get you some new pants. After I'm done with you. Go wait in there. And she points towards the kitchen, or the room that she was in, you know, kind of deal. He just starts shimmying his way back that way, kind of embarrassed. But She says, "Good work. I'm surprised that went as well. I honestly thought they were going to kill you. It was starting to get rough for a moment, but I should have known you would prove yourselves worthy." And
They
that
took the
was...
man's potato.
You do not steal another man's potato. I agree with you. I don't know what this metaphor means, but I do like it. I will be using it from now on. Take that, potato. She tries it out a few ways. None of them land. You know what I mean? But either way, I think that's a great point since we did go way over tonight. I don't know why we did that, but I kept going. Either way,
Enthusiasm.
we're pretty far over. It's all right. We had all the scuff tonight. We went a little bit over. Started off our first session. That's all good.
Hey, we're
First
almost an
full
hour
campaign
late.
session. Yeah, all the tech issues tonight. It's okay. I'm all right with it. As long as
Did
everybody
we
else is
level?
okay. What's that?
Did we level?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I was gonna say this is where we'll go ahead and finish as this man is shamefully scuttling his way back towards the room where you were eating previously. With the promise that if he's a good boy, he gets pants and maybe a potato. That will be where we go ahead and end our session, and you guys are all level 3 now. Congratulations! Whoop whoop!
I get all the subclass features that make me functional.
Yeah, everybody gets their subclasses for sure. I know a couple of you, like I think Cleric already had. No, Cleric's level 3
Yeah.
or level 2. I can't remember.
I'll
Let's
be
get it at level
three
1.
now.
One.
Yeah, I knew.
I
I
get
knew one
get
of
my
them.
oath. I'll have to talk with you about something whenever I have an idea. But
Absolutely, we can always talk about that for sure. You guys know how to reach me in the Discord there. But yeah, this is a good game for all the issues that we had. Thank you guys out there in chat for dealing with it. I know tonight was there was a lot of slowness and little issues along the way, but I really appreciate you guys for sticking with me on this one. It was a little tough. Minus a screen. Hey, I ran a whole D&D stream without a screen. Tell me anyone else that can pull that shit off, right? I'm feeling pretty good about myself, actually. But yeah, we'll go ahead and bring it to an end there. I'll let you guys say thank you, or your goodbyes and all that stuff, and then I'll close this thing down real quick. Actually, let me go ahead and do my thing, and then we'll do it all at once. We'll say goodbye, and I'll close this out for the night. Let me go ahead and just say thank you guys for all of you that came in and stopped in. Thank you for everybody that watched the stream. If you guys haven't already, definitely make sure to follow the channel. It is a huge help when you guys follow and subscribe and donate and all those things. That's what keeps us being able to do this week after week. I cannot appreciate you guys enough for what you do. Thank you, Fleur Yvette. You have been so sweet lately, and I cannot thank you enough for all the subs and the gift subs and things. Thank you for everybody that donated and followed already. You know, I may have missed a couple of names across there. Radiro, if I'm saying it right, the Star, Mawile Girl, and Parquet Bob. Porky Bob. I don't know how to say it. Thank you guys for all the follows and shares and all that stuff. If you guys haven't already, like I said, even though this game is over, next game is still coming. So make sure to check out that Ko-Fi page and see what you guys can do to affect not only this game, but our Wednesday vampire game. Again, any of those donations, they all go back into the stream. They keep us able to do this. And honest to God, I am desperate to get a new screen now because I don't have one. So any of that stuff is hugely appreciated. But I just want to say thank you before we go, and then I'll let all my players say thank you, and we'll close this thing out. Let's go ahead and start with Alejandro. You got any final thoughts on tonight's game? Any last messages for the crowd? Eat more potatoes.
It was quite a thing that we had tonight, but it all ended up well. Have a good night, all.
It did go out rather well, and thank you guys, especially for sticking with me, man. I know we stayed a little late, but it was worth it to go ahead and get this combat out of the way. And now you guys know where to not only find the trail of Thabius Krieg, but also the Cult of the Dead 3. You guys know who you're pursuing now, so that's awesome. All right, let's go ahead and move to the next one. Numo, if you want to go ahead and do your thing as well, I will plug you in the chat.
Yeah. First awesome game, especially like recovering without the monitor. That was impressive.
Yeah,
But yeah,
it
3 days
was
a week
a
I'm
challenge.
on this channel. You can just, follow Sublime. Otherwise, 2 days a week I also play games, Thursday and Saturday on my stream.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I checked out your stream or Numerous' stream last night. He's just getting started. He's already off to a fucking fantastic start. Please go ahead if you're still here and you see the shout out in the chat. Go over right now, give the man a follow, help a new streamer out. We support each other in this Twitch community, and that's what it's all about. So please go give him a follow for my sake. That would be, signal boosting is where it's at. It really is. So thank you guys for everybody that goes and gives a follow right now. Let's see, who's next? Max, what do you got to say?
Everyone remembers the adventure that kills a man, but no one will ever forget the adventure that takes a man's pants.
That's right.
Yep.
You got a sweet new pair of pants. They don't fit you, but you can take them with pride, knowing what you took them for. You know what I mean? That's for damn sure.
They'll come in helpful later when we're a lot further along. We're good.
You guys did just commandeer an entire pirate ship, so maybe you can use them as your flag.
Yep.
I like it.
Yeah, the captain of the stolen pants. You know what I mean? The sisterhood of the stolen pants. Either way, that's good stuff. Vanril, what about you, my guy? You got anything to say on your way out? What are you doing? You streaming still? What you got going
Yeah.
on?
I've still been streaming. I've been trying to get a little bit more onto it of late, but I'm usually on actually on Kick as the Jackal. Now I could throw it in how it's spelled in the thing
Yeah,
down
I
there
was
real
say,
quick.
for some reason my mouse isn't working. There you go. If you want to go ahead.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah, just how my thing's sort of spelled right there. It's on that's basically what it's like on everything except for Twitch because it was taken on Twitch. But yeah.
So it should be in theory like that, if I'm not mistaken. Hopefully that works, right?
Yeah, it'd be CK. Not,
Oh yeah, I always fucked that one
yeah.
up. I kept thinking it's the other kick.
Yeah, no. But yeah.
But yeah, there you go, guys. It's close enough. What are you streaming right now? You working on anything cool?
I was actually before. I've been taking a little bit of break, but we were doing me and Allie up there. We're doing a Baldur's Gate 3, an evil playthrough, and then we also do a lot of scary sort of games as well on it. So.
Love that, man. By the way, if you guys ever need an extra for some Phasmo, call me. I love horror games. That's my shit.
She's terrified of them.
Yeah, I love that. That's the best part, right? Is when you play with someone that's just terrified. If I could ever get my missus with me too, man, I tell you what, she screams, she cries. It's fucking amazing. Love playing with her. You know what I mean? Love watching her play.
You might have to
lie.
reconsider that if you want to play with me.
I scream, I cry, I cover my head with a blanket too, so we're all on the same page. But no, that's good. But that's awesome. Yeah, if you guys, I can't do the proper shout out, but kick.com/the Jackal. Go check him out. He does some amazing shit over there. Check out the YouTube clip that we just posted of him and Maxwell talking about ass down, faced up, or was ass down.
Face up, that's down,
covered in glitter.
Face down, up, covered in glitter, begging for their life. Yeah, it's my favorite clip on my YouTube. Go give that a follow and a comment if you guys haven't already. Go to my YouTube, check out the shorts, comment on them. Just throw in a cool, awesome, anything that helps the algorithm so fucking much. If you guys go click those, follow those, share those, all that thing, it helps me so much to get the word out about our game. Please do that. Signal boosting is key, guys. All right, last one. I will get up to Soriel, and we will close this thing out and let you guys get on with your lives because I know we're already late.
Hey, I don't got much to say. Just don't steal the goddamn potato. Don't take people's potatoes, man.
Don't take people's potatoes.
No,
That's the answer. Either way, also, by the way, thank you so much for joining our game. I really appreciate you for coming in and joining in with us. It was nice to have a cleric and an awesome one at that. So, welcome to the team, and I hope you enjoyed yourself as much as we all enjoyed having you, for sure.
I sure did.
Awesome. Well, that's where we'll close it out, guys. I am going to leave it there. Again, thank you guys for sticking around late. I know we kind of got a late start. We had all these issues. I will, in the next day or two, be uploading a video of however we decide to destroy the TV that tried to burn itself. Whatever remains of it. Like I said, it didn't actually like flames, but there was so much smoke I could still smell burning metal. So yeah, we'll think of something creative. We'll find a way to blow it up or something like that. Check it out on my YouTube. We'll get that there. In the meantime, though, please consider if you have $5 that you can throw in to donate. I do need a new monitor, and it's not cheap. So any way that you guys can help towards, making that goal would be greatly appreciated. If not, again, signal boost, go to YouTube, comment on a video, like a video, subscribe, turn on the notifications. It helps me a ton to get these videos out to other people. This way they know what's there, and you guys can see some funny ass, little shorts in the meantime. I will let you guys go. Thank you so much for being a part of the stream. Thank you guys so much for being a part of the community. If you're not already, join our Discord. Links down below. And you guys can be a part of this community and play with us all the time. We got a roleplay server in there. It's already put together. There's some tweakage that needs done left. But if you have any questions, you just ask me and I'll help you through it. Until next time, I will see you guys on the next one. Wednesday night's our next, roleplay game. It's Vampire the Masquerade. And then we'll see you again next Friday. Give me a day and I'll get something set up to where I can still stream to you. And we'll be back as soon as I can. Thank you guys. I love you guys. And we'll see you on the next one. Peace. All right. Let's see if I can close it. Hey.